Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard, not for our sake, but for theirs, for the love of the horse, for generations to come.
Welcome back to Today at Keeneland, a sunny Saturday afternoon,
Yay.
Our penultimate Saturday of the meet. Don't forget, we do have 4 race days next week to close out the fall meet. Of course, we race tomorrow as well, but back at it on a Saturday. 2 stakes races today. It's all about the speed, the sprinters, the Perryville for the 3-year-olds, the Colts and Geldings, and then in the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run, the 3-year-old fillies will be competing in race number 9. So 2 very good stakes races today at Keeneland Racecourse.
Both those races have been, over the years, very productive in producing some really top runners. We saw Goodnight come out of the Perryville, and we've, over the years, seen horses that exited the Raven Run that went on to success in the Filly and Mare Breeders' Cup Sprint. So we may be seeing a showcase of some of the top horses in the division later on.
So we'll talk about those 2 stakes races amongst others over the course of today at Keeneland, as you well know. But while we have the opportunity, let's go back to yesterday. And yesterday, no turf racing, but we're back on the turf today. Main track good, turf good, rail set at 20 feet today. Spirits Mischief, one of 2 winners for Wesley Ward, a sales grad spotlight, clock report. In fact, Wesley Ward won both of the races taken off the turf that moved over to the main track, those 5.5 furlong sprints, and their Spirits Mischief coming through the Keeneland sales ring. Here's the other one for Wesley Ward, this one for Breeze Easy.
This was Johnny Velasquez with the cruising ride aboard a very fast shootout. The lights went right to the front and kept on going. Very formful to that point, and it kind of continued in that frame with Raging Sea, Chad Brown, Flavian Pratt. This one looked strong and certainly proved to be.
Yeah, she is a very nice filly. Curlin's going 1, 2, 3 in that race. Curlin filly's going 1, 2, 3 in race number 8. Brigadier General making it tight on the inside of War Commander, the horse that ran so well down on the inside, and the smiles on Gaffleone after were all about it as far as the win, and the West Point Thoroughbred team in the Warner Circle to celebrate that win with Brigadier General. The jockey battle, it's back and forth. Saez and Gaffleone. One will win, then the next will win. It's just this back and forth return of serve and cross-court rallies, it seems, between these two. And this trainer's race, you want to talk about the who's who in racing?
This is it. You're right. And this is amazing to me because with 5 wins, that is a really strong showing at the Keeneland meet at this juncture. We still have more racing to come. But Steve Asmussen with 5 wins, I can't remember him having as strong a fall meet as he's experiencing right now. Brad Cox with a number of runners today, and to close out the weekend, Wesley Ward always consistent. And Todd Pletcher started strong and has kind of hung in there, and I think he has a good shot today as well. Chad Brown, very steady. 5 wins is remarkable.
It's been a phenomenal meet. And just goes to show you, and there's obviously more to it. We talked about Ian Wilkes, the meet that he's had, Philip Bauer. I mean, it's just been such a good meet for so many different barns at Keeneland, and we love to see that here during the fall or the spring, but a very competitive trainers race when it comes to the trainer title in 2023 for this fall meet. Let's go to WKYT to get the latest on the Saturday weather.
Well, your Keeneland forecast is looking to be mainly dry, but we might see some strong wind gusts across the board. Now, your temperatures we're focused on, we're looking at temperatures in the 60s consistently throughout the meet. We might see a peak of around 68 for that 5 o'clock hour. And if you're a fan of a little bit more sunshine, we'll start to see some more sunshine as we head towards the end of the meet. Good luck out there, folks.
It's a very pleasant day. No wind right now, as you can see behind us. So hopefully it stays away, which can obviously affect the temperature and certainly impact these runners out there as well.
Can I just tell you, yesterday I was driving home toward Louisville, and the sky was as brilliant as I've ever seen. It looked like a painting. And with the trees starting to turn, this is kind of what you love about the fall and Keeneland.
It is a beautiful Saturday afternoon, so come out and join us if you are making your way out here. And for those of you who are already here, get tied on for a great day of racing. Full card selections. Download the Keeneland Race Day app. Have access to it each and every day. That's available on your smartphone or tablet. And race number 4 is the first race in which we come together.
I think it's the only race.
That's it, yeah.
When I was looking at your ticket on the Turf Pick 3, I was thinking, I bet we're really not in simpatico today. I think we've approached these from different directions, but it doesn't surprise me because I think that's how tough the races are, where you can make a case for 4, 5, 6 horses in every race.
It's a good card. Once again, we sound like broken records, but good cards each and every race day here at Keeneland. Give us a follow on social media at Keeneland Racing on X, Facebook at Keeneland, Instagram at Keeneland, FanDuel TV. You can give them a follow on X as well, and most importantly, download the FanDuel TV Plus app right now. It's available on Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV. Making sure I get my particulars right. Should know this by now. But FanDuel TV Plus, it's a great resource to not only watch Keeneland Racing from home on FanDuel TV, but all the on-demand content that will get ramped up in the coming days because we're going to be getting after it as far as a Breakfast Breeders' Cup show next week. And there'll be a lot of activity there, comments from trainers, workouts to analyze when it comes to the Breeders' Cup. There's a lot of homework to go into the Breeders' Cup, and we're doing a lot of work for you. So take advantage of that on FanDuel TV Plus.
We had some Breeders' Cup horses, I think, breezing at both Keeneland and definitely at Churchill Downs today. So there's going to be a lot of ground to cover in a short period of time with a lot of really good horses.
Let's go to the Grade 2 feature of the day, the Lexus Raven Run, race number 9 on this 10-race card. Post time 5:16 Eastern time. 2 scratches, the 2 Simply Stated, and Nom de Plume, the number 3 horse, also out. Alva Star is the morning line favorite for Brett Brinkman, Lord Nelson filly, who is brilliant. She's brilliantly fast. This will be the first time that she goes out to 7 furlongs, and she's extended her advantages in big races, going 6 furlongs. So I don't know, can the 7 furlongs catch up with her? We'll find out. She should be the hot favorite for Brett Brinkman and Tyler Gaffalione. I go to the 8-horse Lady Rattler, though. This obviously has a soft spot in my heart. The Chicago connections, trainer Mike Campbell and Mr. Mellon and his Mellon Patch Incorporated. But a filly that settled last time out in the Grade 3 Dogwood at 23-1 and sprung the upset by 2 3/4 of a length. They stick with Jesus Castagnan, who rode her this afternoon. He had ridden her in the past in races on the turf, but she's a dirt sprinter. And I was speaking to Mike Campbell, this filly's trainer. If she can relax, she'll run big. I think she can relax and stay right off of that hot pace that we expect and finish off her race. So Lady Rattler, the daughter of Cantheros, she was 23-1 in that dog one. She's not going to be that today, but she should be about 5-1, I would say, come post time, as the morning line suggests. Alva Star, you've got to respect her. Even when she's lost to some very nice fillies in those 2 defeats, which were both second-place finishes back in the springtime. But she's gotten to be better, it seems, as of late, winning the Prioress at Saratoga, a Grade 2 event, by 8 3/4 of a length. And then the 9-horse Ancient Peace, the cutback in distance filly. She's shown speed in those route races. She'll cut back today. I think she's a danger for Board Short Stables and Brian Lynch, a Keeneland January grad from this year. They paid $650,000 for her. I think that she could loom an upset potential and at least a top 3 potential in the end. But what a good race this Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run will be for the 3-year-old fillies.
Outstanding group, and I think a little bit more speed than would be ideal for Alva Star. I have a lot of respect for her, but I think if Lady Rattler doesn't relax, then she's in the thick of things, although I do respect her. And then Ancient Peace, even though she is turning back in distance, she's always right there on the front end. We don't know what Dazzling Blue is going to do coming in from the Prioress Stakes. So to me, a lot of speed sets it up really well for the 4 Vava for Cherie DeVoe. She has run once previously at Keeneland. I think she's a better horse now than she was. This race at Churchill Downs was back in May. And the reason I chose it, because it was a 6.5 furlong race, but around 1 turn, more similar to what she's running. Take note that she wins this very, very easily. And what I like is when she puts away her competition, she does it decisively. And then finishes with more left in the tank. The 7 furlongs suits her to a T. She's coming out of a victory in the Charlestown Oaks, which was around 2 turns. So a very different configuration, and she is technically turning back, but it's the same 7 furlong distance, and I think that's the sweet spot for her. Mm-hmm. So perfect setup for Vava. You get Johnny Velasquez on board. After her, the 8, Lady Rattler, I agree, is very tough. Even if she ends up on the lead, she is game and hangs in there. And Alva Star, I'm just not sure about the extra furlong, but she's a brilliant filly. Brett Brinkman has had success coming into Keeneland before. Alva Star, off that Prioress win, has to be respected. I just don't know if I can pull the trigger to put her on top.
It's a great race, and Vava, I put her right in the mix, and also that Juddmonte filly as well for Brad Cox, Dazzling Blue. I mean, it's 5 deep maybe, just to be safe. Or single. I don't know. I don't know what the right
agree.
answer is.
I agree. I think you either take a stand with whoever you like, if you really like them, or you kind of have to push the all button, because I think you can make a case for an awful lot of horses. And the pace is a little murky because, as you say, some of these horses may be trying to relax. Lady Rattler proved she can do it from off the pace last time. So go deep or take a strong opinion with your single.
Here's Tom Leach for more on the Lexus Raven Run.
Cherie DeVoe is going to saddle Baba in the Lexus Raven Run. Tell me about the win last time up at Charlestown. What impressed you most?
Well, it's a completely different configuration of what she had run sprinting with the 2-turn and going 7 furlong. But, she handled that just fine, handled the ship fine. So we're just give her a little break after that and hoping to move forward from it.
She's obviously run well here, just missing in the spring, and she's trained lately. How's the training been?
She's trained really well. It's not abnormal for us to give her a little time. Doesn't really use much fitness, but she's come back. She looks great and should move forward.
I was going to say third start off a little bit of a break, so you're expecting another move forward?
Hopefully, yes.
Good luck.
Thank you.
That's Cherie DeVoe. You got Baba in the Lexus Raven Run.
3-1 on the morning line. I mean, it's going to be also interesting to see how this race is played. I mean, Alva Star, most likely the favorite. She'll take attention. The Juddmonte filly will take attention. It's going to be a good betting race because the money should be spread out between about 4 minimum, and so post-time favorite should be in the 2-1 range.
I agree. I don't see anybody
Run.
getting hammered down to a super short price in there because there is so much talent.
Let's get into our key race analysis of the day, and I'll go to race number 6 on the card. This is the Perryville Stakes today. Race number 6 is the 3-year-old sprint for the boys, going 7 furlongs, $250,000 on the line. Now, Raise Kane goes today. You mentioned to me, and I had lost track of this. He's entered in a race next week on Wednesday. So they're opting for this one. You've got Verifying, a horse that we've seen a lot of this year. This will be his 8th start for the Coolmore Connections and Brad Cox. He's run twice here at Keeneland. Last time we saw him was in the Grade 1 Allen Jerkins at Saratoga in the mud. He's been a good route horse. He's been a good sprinter. I like him. There's no getting around that. I just like the West Coast Invader. And Dr. Venkman, this son of Gosapper from Mark Latt, I was there this day. This was Labor Day weekend, the penultimate weekend of racing at Del Mar this past summer. Speaking to Mark Latt before the race, said, what kind of horse can it be? He says, we've always really, really liked this horse. They were patient with him. We've seen so often, it seems lately, Connections willing to be patient. And I know this is not a fair comparison, but I'm thinking of a horse like Flightline and the patience they had with him. Dr. Venkman, to get to that status, is going to have to win Grade 1s in a Breeders' Cup, obviously. But patience pays off, and he ran such good races in his 2 starts. And Mark Latt, he doesn't bring a lot of horses out of Southern California. So to come here for the Perryville Stakes, take advantage of this final opportunity to stay against straight 3-year-olds, to me is a big positive. He's good enough to win this group. It's a step up, but he is a sprinter. When I've got questions about Verifying when it comes to sprint, even though he is a very good sprinter, Dr. Venkman on top, the name is great, too. It's a reference to Ghostbusters.
Yes,
Dr.
I love
Venkman,
it.
He's by Gosapper. I'm all in on him. Verifying second in the Perryville, and then Confidence Game, horse that has made nearly $800,000 as he'll cut back in distance today. We'll see if that wakes him up. But the proven sprinter in here, to me, Dr. Venkman, Perryville, count it, hopefully come race 6.
I think if you can figure out the pace in this race, you can come up with the winner. There is not much true lightning fast speed. And because of that, Dr. Venkman has an excellent chance of being forwardly placed with his California stalking style. That could put him right on the front or very close to it. Maybe Confidence Game off the layoff could sit a little closer than he typically does. And I'm thinking that the 4, Raise Kane, is actually going to be able to show some speed. If you look back to his earlier races in his career, he was able to win sprinting at Keeneland, going 7 furlongs, and was pressing the pace every step of the way. So I look to his workout pattern, and I'm glad that Ben Colebrook saw fit to keep him in this spot rather than the allowance race on Wednesday's program, because I think that shows some confidence. I believe he has a shot to win here. He's training really well at Keeneland, likes this track, can win at the distance. And with Louis Saez up, I think it's going to get kind of an aggressive ride to put him up.
We'll have more on that in later on in the show with your best angle. We're going to go to race number 8 for your key race of the afternoon. This 8th race is an allowance race, turf course, good for this one. Scratch Lovely Princess. I think that's the key scratch. Also the 4, 5, and 11. And Haughty is the morning line favorite now at 4-1.
Haughty is one I respect, but Sinfiltrate to me is the play in here. I really like her. This is a great betting race, though, because there's an even match of pace and horses who can sit off of it. Most of the races, though, have been won by horses who kind of sat the trip that Sinfiltrate did at Ellis Park when she was able to finish third, beaten just a length by New Year's Eve in Stakes Company. This was going a mile. She actually off this race, and it was kind of a tough beat for her, but stretched out to the marathon distance of 1 mile and 5/16 in the ladies' marathon, wound up a more distant third. I really think the 1 mile and 1/16 is right in between and exactly what she needs, with Flavian Pratt riding for Todd Pletcher. Win over the course earlier and the ability to be tactical, to sit kind of that stalking trip, I think could make the difference and put her over the top. Flavian has won on her before. I used her, and then because of all the scratches, everything changed pretty dramatically, but Haughty definitely is a horse that I respect a lot. Put her in with first-time Lasix, Chad Brown, Tyler Gaffleone, and we saw the stats on Chad and how he's doing this meet. This is exactly his kind of a horse. To round out the top three, the 6, is it Sai or Sai for Cherie DeVaux, coming off a win, moving up in class. Definitely getting a bit of a test here, I think, as to seeing if she is good enough, but she's in good form, and I think she could round out the top 3.
I've got Haughty on top for what it's worth. I see it 9, had a bit of an adjustment with one of the scratches, 9-7-6. The scratch of the 1 had me throw the number 6 horse into the mix for Cherie DeVaux. A filly that will actually be offered at the Keeneland November sale is hip number 115 through the Lane's End consignment. But Haughty, I've always been enamored by this filly. Just based on the fact that she broke her maiden, and then a few weeks later, at the age of 2, this is 2 years ago, here at Keeneland for the Breeders' Cup, came close to beating Pinza Bianca in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly Turf. So she gets Lasix for the first time today as a 4-year-old filly, comes out of some tough races. I like Haughty in race number 8 on top, but I will spread in that leg, which we'll get to in the all-turf pick 3. Let's get to our Clocker report, race number 5 here this afternoon. This is a good race with some debuting runners going 6.5 furlongs, 2-year-old fillies, a lot of 2-year-old fillies debuting at 6.5. And this race focuses in on Denim and Pearls, the number 8 horse for Brad Cox and Red, White, and Blue Racing. I don't think any chance you get 6-1 on the morning line, as it suggests. She comes in with good workouts, back-to-back very fast workouts here at Keeneland. They paid $500,000 for her last year as a yearling, and it's Giroux and Brad Cox, nearly 28. They are 28% over the last couple of months. Comes in well prepared. She's a full sister to Newgate, a Grade 3 stakes winner on the West Coast, when with Bob Baffert. So we'll look out for Denim and Pearls in race number 5. And then Alva Star, that speedy filly for the Lexus Raven run, gets a good rider, big buyer numbers, 7 furlongs is the question that we'll all ask ourselves in handicapping.
But the fact that she's working well is really speaks volumes, because she has that early speed, so you want to see her be able to use it just like she has to her advantage. Really interesting as far as the Clocker reports. They've been spot on with horses running very well off of that. So have you, by the way, with your turf pick 3s.
It's been a good
pressure's
run.
Building.
It has. And today, it's spread out because it's race 4, 8, and 10. So that's one of the aspects of this, the waiting game that you play out, but it's worth the investment. Yesterday, with it being an off-the-turf pick 3, it still paid $300. It was $1,000 the day before. With the $3 minimum wager, it makes you make some key decisions, and you're rewarded. So $108 ticket. I'll go 3 deep to start things off in race number 4. The 2, Ouvre for Chris Block. This filly is just a winner. She's won 13-21. Chris Block saying, I asked him why go out to a mile. He says, we've wanted to try it for a while. We want to give ourselves some options moving on into races, whether it be at fairgrounds. I would imagine that's typically where the Chris Block runners end up. So they're going to try it today. Sweet Danny Girl. She's been a good filly over her career for Carlo Vaccarezza. She won a stake as a 2-year-old here a couple of years back. And then A Day in Asia for Christophe Clement. She's the proven miler and proven mile horse right now for me in this group. In race number 8, 3, 6, 7, and 9, led by Haughty, but looking for coverage with horses like Sinfiltrate and others in there. And also the Farish runner, the Lane's End runner, the number 6 horse. And then in race number 10, 5, 10, and 11. So going 3 by 4 by 3 with a $3 minimum wager, it's a $108 ticket, but I stand by it. The 60-ish, 70, and $100 tickets, I think that's the way you approach it, unless you've got that key single horse. Like yesterday, we ended up singling in the pick 3, off the turf pick 3, a Wesley Ward runner and an off the turf race. I don't see that today.
I agree.
There's just, you want coverage, and I think it's worth not only including the favorite, but also finding coverage as well. Yeah. I know there are a lot of people that get critical of ticket structure. I'm not worried about that. I'm playing the ticket, so that's my approach.
Well, and I agree with you on that, and I agree in this late pick 4, you'll see coverage in the 2 turf races. The 7th race, I'm using as many as I can possibly use. I think this is wide open. The 5, Malibu Springs, is my top choice for Kent Sweezy, but I also like Ben Franklin a lot. The 6 for Kenny McPeak. Mount Craig might be the favorite in there when all is said and done. 2, 3, 5, 6, 8, and 9 in race 8. That is the 3 other than allowance race, 6, 7, 9, 10. We have a lot of the common horses in there. We talked about that race quite a bit. And then race 9, singling Fava. You could make a case for a couple others in there, but to me, I think this is where you do narrow things down so you can get coverage in the other legs. In the 10th race, the 4, Zatip, I threw in there. He's a first-time gelding, and he's out of a really, really good fast mare for Graham Motion. So far, it hasn't panned out. He's coming off a long layoff. I don't know what to make of him. I didn't use him in my top 3, but I think he could win. B.D. Valesky's a little price, and then the 10 and the 11, Gregory's Pride, also a price with Flavian Pratt Fauci, $48 on this one. Get some coverage to start and to end.
Our Sailgrad Spotlight, race number 7, Furious Anger for Pipe Dream Racing. It's a colt by Violence. Comes from the same Keeneland September sale that the champion Forte did. And he's by Violence as well. They paid $40,000 for him. Forte only was, I think, $110,000 off the top of my head. Finding gems at the Keeneland September sale is what you can do. And it looks like they may have found one because he ran very, very well last time out on dirt for the first time. They're going to stretch him out. Violence, you might think more towards sprinters, but obviously Forte was a champion 2-year-old going 2 turns, grade 1 winner going 2 turns as well. So Furious Anger, got to give him respect, and tip of the cap to the team finding that gem at the September sale back in 2021 for $40,000. Bred by John Gunther and Euro West Bloodstock. It's an interesting cross. Violence from an Inatello mare. That's obviously dirt speed, grade 1 pedigree on top, and then that European pedigree on the dam side.
This is the time to try the stretch out. I used that horse on the pick 4 ticket because I think it's very interesting.
Best angles of the day. Let's go to race number 4 for mine. This race scratch 6, 7, 8, and 9. So just 5 horses, remain in this 4th race with the scratches. No superfecta wagering available in here. I like Ouvre. This filly for Chris Block and Richard Perkins. Now with the scratches, it's a small field. Like they said, now's the time to see if she can handle a mile. But when you've got a filly that's won 13 races from 21 starts, there's nothing to knock. She's won 5 times this year. She won 7 times last year at the age of 3, primarily sprinting, but she's done it on dirt. She's done it on turf. She did so at Kentucky Downs. Everything they throw at her, she just shows up, and she was able to keep going on this afternoon, going 6.5 furlongs and 6.5 at Kentucky Downs to a mile at Keeneland. Give me Ouvre on top, and across the board play with the scratches. Maybe you just want to play a win bet on Ouvre in race number 4. But I like her best angle of the day, race 4, the 2.
I like her as well. But for my best angle, I went to the Perryville, the race number 6 on the card. And as I mentioned, Raised Cane, the 4 horse for Ben Colebrook, is training really well in the morning. And I think you're going to get a good price on this one. I think he can take advantage of a relatively paceless race, the fact that he runs well at Keeneland and can handle 7 furlongs. This is a turn back for Raised Cane off of the Oklahoma Derby, in which he was beaten just a length. And here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, in this race in particular, he was second beaten a nose, going 1 mile and a 16th in the Indian Derby. I thought he had the race won, but I think he is the classic turn back, come from a little off the pace type of sprinter who's going to be amazingly effective in this kind of a spot. I think you get some good value, so play him to win in place, depending on the odds, of course, and he's key horse, as I mentioned, in any of the multi-race wagers.
And there's another Son of Violence out of that same September sale here at Keeneland in 2021, $180,000. that's made over $424,000. Here's Tom Leach and his long shot of the day.
Today's long shot play comes in race 7. It's number 3, Dissolved, for the Norm Cassie barn. They've done well with a limited number of starters at this fall meet. Horse is bred to love the stretch out with the pedigree, and it's a good draw and a horse with a good speed. So let's take Dissolved to hopefully score an upset in race 7.
And he'll be offered at the upcoming Keeneland Horses of Racing Age portion of the Keeneland November sale. Hit 42.21, already a Keeneland Horses of Racing Age graduate from last year. They paid $250,000 for him. So look for him today and in the sale.
Put a little stall by the sales barn because he's here at Keeneland almost all the time.
Yeah, he is. He's comes to Keeneland, actually his Keeneland debut. So Norm Cassie, good luck to him. And Gandarvi, the owners of the Quality Road Colt, Dissolved 10-1 in race number 7. That is Tom Leach's long shot pick of the day. Phenomenal betting card ahead of us. 10 races. The Perryville, race number 6. The Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run is our graded stakes feature for the 3-year-old fillies. The multi-race exotics look set up to be wonderful wagering opportunities. Once again, we're back on the turf. Main track listed is good. The wind is picking up a bit. The sun's out, so monitor the main track conditions.
It's going to change over the day.
It seems like it has to over the course of this 10-race card.
And the turf is probably not going to change very much. Once it gets the moisture in it, it's going to maintain it at this time of the year. So it's going to be on the softer side of good, but it's in great shape, and we've seen some exciting finishes. Horses that have an affinity for the softer going, they might have a little edge.
Yeah, turf course holds up so brilliantly here. The track maintenance crew, the best in the sport. They are after it, monitoring all aspects of moisture content and things of that nature. So we thank them for their hard work once again, and thank the hard work behind the scenes here at Today at Keeneland for making the show so great each and every race day. For Kate and I'm Scott, enjoy a brilliant Saturday at Keeneland.
There are more than 3,500 reasons buyers came to Keeneland November last year. Because as you look to the future, this is where you'll find whatever you're looking for. And then some. And then some more. The place you have to be to find the one you have to have. Join us as the world comes to Keeneland, November 8th through the 16th. Browse the catalog at november.keeneland.com.
Toyota began a revolution over 20 years ago with this iconic name, the Prius. A revolution that saved 139 million tons of greenhouse gas emissions, leading the way toward carbon neutrality as part of Toyota's Beyond Zero vision. With more electrified choices, including hybrid versions of the best-selling Camry and RAV4, and the new battery electric BZ4X. Toyota is electrified, diversified, and we're always looking to make a positive impact on the planet and society. Toyota, let's go places.
She's all the talk. I bet 5 million, three in the ring, 3 in the ring, 2 here in the ring, 3. Where 5 million, 2, 5 million, 3. On his seat now, 5 million, 3, 4. Go ahead, he's 4 million, 5, 4 million, 4 million, 5. Oh my, 4 million, 4. I got 5 million, 5, 5 million, 6. 6 all through. Well, thank you what you did do. 5 million, 5, and in the back, 5,500,000. And good luck.
At Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard. Not for our sake, but for theirs. For the love of the horse, for generations to come.
Keeneland welcomes the Kentuckians Chorus to the paddock. The Kentuckians Chorus is based in Lexington. They are a part of the Barbershop Harmony Society, which has over 800 chapters throughout the United States and Canada. First up, My Old Kentucky Home.
Oh, the sun shines bright on my old Kentucky home. 'Tis summer, the old folks are gay. The corn tops ripe and the meadows in the bloom, and the birds make music all the day. Oh, the young folks roll on the little cabin floor, all merry, all happy and bright. By and by, hard times come a-knocking at the door. Then my old Kentucky home, good night. Weep no more, my lady. Oh, weep no more today. We will sing one song for my old Kentucky home. For my old Kentucky home. Far away, far away.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Keeneland is proud to recognize Parker Falconer with security as the Employee of the Day. Congratulations, Parker.
In the event of an emergency, Keeneland is dedicated to ensuring the safety of our patrons. This video illustrates the proper evacuation protocol from all locations in the Keeneland Grandstand facility. Depending on the nature of the emergency, directions may be altered. Please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel. Patrons should never use elevators during an evacuation. Patrons in the corporate boxes, Eclipse Room, and Phoenix Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Lafayette Room, Keeneland Room, Lexington Room, and Kentucky Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the third floor main clubhouse and clubhouse paddock dining rooms should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Bluegrass Room and third floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the Finish Line Room and Green Room should exit using the stairway leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the second level and through the doors outside. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the outside reserved grandstand seats and boxes should proceed down the nearest stairway to the ground level. Proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the second floor main clubhouse dining room and Life Members Room should exit using the stairway on the south side of the administrative offices. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the South Gate. Patrons in the second floor clubhouse paddock dining room and clubhouse tavern should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the mezzanine bar and second floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the sports bar and cantina should exit through the doors leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the lower club, clubhouse lawn, club lobby, and director's room should proceed toward the clubhouse parking lot using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the gift shop should proceed toward the South Gate using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the apron area should proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the equestrian room and first floor Brats and Brew should proceed towards the North Terrace and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the paddock area and North Terrace should proceed toward the nearest point of exit, the South Gate, East Gate, or North Gate. After evacuating the facility, please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel in the safest route to return to your vehicle. Thank you for your attention and cooperation.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse. Time for a check of the track and turf conditions presented by John Deere. Main track is listed good, and the turf course also listed good. The rail set at 20 feet on the turf course today. Time now for a look at the program changes. First race is where the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes, and also the early pick five gets underway. No changes in race one. Second race, start of the early pick four. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. That's the second race. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Third race, scratch the 9, Bad Boy for Life. Also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. That's the third race, scratch number 9, Bad Boy for Life. Also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. Race 4 is where the Keeneland Turf Pick 3 begins today, made up of races 4, 8, and 10. In that fourth race, scratch the 6, Lady Hideaway. Scratch the 7, Taken to the Cleaners. Scratch the 8, Via Reggio. And scratch the 9, Butterbean. That's in the fourth race. Scratch the 6, Lady Hideaway. Scratch the 7, Taken to the Cleaners. Scratch the 8, Via Reggio. And scratch number 9, Butterbean. As a result of those scratches, no superfecta on the fourth race. No superfecta on race 4. One other note, medication. The 4, A Day in Asia, does not receive Lasix. Number 4, A Day in Asia does not receive Lasix. Race 5. Start of the pick 6, no carryover. In race 5, take out the also eligibles 13, 14, and 15. They did not draw into the race. Sixth race, start of the late pick 5. Race 6, the listed Perryville Stakes. No changes in race 6. Seventh race, start of the late pick 4. Take out the also eligibles 13 and 14. They did not draw into the event. Eighth race. Scratch number 1, Lovely Princess. Scratch number 4, Ever Smart. Scratch the 5, Pocamuca. Also scratch 11, Fancy Martini. And scratch number 14, Fragrant. That's in the 8th race. Scratch the 1, Lovely Princess. Scratch the 4, Ever Smart. Scratch the 5, Pocamuca. Scratch the 11, Fancy Martini. Scratch the 14, Fragrant. Please note, 13 draws into the race. Number 13, Fast and Feminine, draws into the race. Featured 9th race, Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run. Scratch number 2, Simply Stated. Scratch number 3, Nom de Plume. That's in the featured 9th, the Lexus Raven Run. Scratch number 2, Simply Stated. And scratch number 3, Nom de Plume. 10th and final race, no carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. No changes in race 10. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Caton Bradar.
Brilliant Saturday afternoon. Happy Saturday to you, Kurt, as well as those of you joining us here at Keeneland Racecourse and from abroad. We got 10 races in front of us, 2 very competitive stakes races for the 3-year-old sprinters, both races at 7 furlongs. The Perryville starts things in race number 6 as far as the stakes competition, and then it gets even better perhaps in the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run. But we look at the Perryville Stakes, field of 6 with Verifying staying with the sprint distance after a vigorous campaign during the spring and summer at longer distance races like the Bluegrass, the Kentucky Derby, Matt Winn, Indiana Derby, etc.
Keep in mind this race last year was won by Ganite, who right now is tuning up in forward fashion for the Breeders' Cup. Southern California. It's a good showcase, and Verifying has come close, a top-level competition. He won the Indiana Derby and beat Raise Gain by the narrowest of margins. Raise Gain has come close in some of these big graded stakes races and has been knocking on the door. Both these horses have experience around 2 turns, but now we're going to find out if perhaps they're those types of horses that are going to excel as sprinters. Confidence Game is another winner of the Rebel Stakes, who's turning back in distance and returning off the layoff. And then you have an invader, in fact, 2 invaders. Post Time comes in from the Mid-Atlantic circuit for Brittany Russell with a 4-for-4 record, and Dr. Venkman invades from Southern California.
Let's meet in the middle here at Lexington, Kentucky, at Keeneland Racecourse, and get it on. That's what's going to happen in the Perryville Stakes. Today's featured graded stakes race is the Lexus Raven Run, race number 9 on the card. 2 scratches, the 2 and 3. Alva Star looking to keep her momentum going off of some very serious 6-furlong sprints. Can she go 7 furlongs will be the question that everyone asks of this morning line favorite.
Even with the scratches, this is loaded with potential. You have a number of fillies who are very, very fast. Dazzling Blue has flashed that speed. She comes out of a 3rd-place finish in the Prioress, in which the winner was Alva Star. Then you've got Lady Rattler, who just won the Grade 3 Dogwood last out at the 7-furlong distance. And you've got a horse like Vava, who has been successful around 2 turns at 7 furlongs in graded stakes company, winning the Charlestown Oaks last time. She actually turns back, even though she remains at the same 7-furlong distance. This is a really good race as well.
That is race number 9, 2 stakes races on this 10-race card. We are ready for takeoff as far as turf racing is concerned after having to abandon the turf racing yesterday, but the turf listed as good. Main track listed as good. We begin there on the main track at the top of the hour with race 1. Mac Daddy 2, the number 5 horse, no longer the favorite. He's 9-5 second choice right now. Trainer Norm Cassie looking for back-to-back days with wins here at Keeneland. Had one yesterday with Bear Oak in that competitive starter allowance race. And here's a McLean's Music Gelding that comes into this race off of a tougher group of a competition in which he faced last time out in a non-1-2 level allowance optional claiming event where he finished 5th after being part of the pace. Saez gets the opportunity to ride here today. He should be tough. He was a winner 2 starts ago back in July at Ellis Park, and this seems like the right fit for this horse. Mac Daddy 2 showing up for $62,500 today.
I've got him in the top 3, and regardless of what he does here, he's been a good claim for Norm, who haltered him for $30,000, and he answered with a 2nd and then a win in allowance company, and definitely is a factor in this race. I went to the 3, though, Vulcan, who moves turf to dirt for Chris Hartman. Boy, Hartman has been on a roll. All his horses running really well. Stalking style for this 5-year-old, who also possesses enough speed that he was head-and-head for the lead in 44 and change last time he raced on the dirt at Ellis. He moves turf to dirt here, and I think that's a real benefit. And I do think he's capable of stalking, but has enough speed to run right with them if that's what's called for. Francisco Arrieta fits back on board and one of the main go-to riders for Chris Hartman.
And then the number 4 horse, that is Cold as Hell for Dwayne Lucas. He's been a very straightforward sprinter as of late, comes out of starter allowance races, comes off of a layoff as well. It's been 7 months since we've seen him, but he's had plenty of workouts over at Churchill Downs to prepare for this test here today. He's 8-1 on the board right now, a runner that has had a race at Keeneland. He was 2nd going back to this time last year, showing speed. And Jaime Torres, who Lucas has been leaning on quite a bit as of late, gets the opportunity to ride.
He is my second choice in here, and he is one of those that also has a lot of early speed. That second-place finish was a good race, but it was against a little bit easier competition than what he's got to tackle here. But Lucas has had some success with Jamie Torres, a newly turned journeyman rider, but was using him when he still had the apprentice allowance. My knock against Cold as Hell is that he tends to be 2nd and 3rd a lot more than he wins. But this is the type of horse you really want to use on your exotic wager tickets, exactas, trifectas, and such, because he shows up every time.
It's a very good race to start things off. Start of the early pick 5. First of 2 pick 5 opportunities today. The early pick 5 begins here. Then keep in mind that late pick 5 for the final 5 races of this Saturday card. The sun is shining here at Keeneland Racecourse. Race 1 coming up at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. 3-year-olds and up, a $62,500 claiming price. 6 furlongs over the fast, or rather the good main track, I should say. The main track good, the turf-listed good to start today's card. A reminder, the rail is set at 20 feet on the turf course today. First race has no changes. Double pick 3, start of the early pick 5. Post time coming up in 8 minutes.
There's a look at the number 6 horse, Comiskey Park. Shout out to the south side of Chicago fans rooting for this one here today. And Armando Hernandez, he's won races the last 2 days, looking for 3 days in a row for victories for Armando Hernandez. And he's leaning on Alexander Bendazou in the saddle. I had a moment to spend with Armando Hernandez and Alexander Bendazou, and referred to the fact that this is his first time here to Keeneland and taking it all in and the beauty of this place. There's so many special moments that we are so fortunate to see and be part of, and that was one of them with Alexander Bendazou coming down to be legged up on this runner. You can't discount the horses that Armando Hernandez has brought here. He's got this one in today. He's running one next Wednesday. His barn is clicking. They were clicking since arriving here, but he's figured out the right horses that belong here at Keeneland, and this horse should be respected at 7-1.
Theoretically, this is a class hike from the races he was competing in at FanDuel, but you wouldn't know it for looking at him. The horse looks tremendous, very confident in the paddock, very poised, warming up professionally, rides that 2-race win streak, and it is worth noting that he, at Hawthorne, was a winner in allowance company. So the Chicago horses on the whole have held their form and done very well this meet. Comiskey Park is a lot better than those 8-1 odds would suggest, in my opinion.
Call Me Midnight, the number 2 horse, another one I think that you got to respect. They opted for this race today. He was entered in a race earlier in the week, but this is where he lands for Keith DeSormo. He takes a drop down in class, and he's got back class to look towards. He'll be trying to rally off the pace from post 2 with Mitchell Murrell.
He will, but if you look back in July of last year, he was able to be very close to the pace in Stakes Company, the Dade Park Dash at Ellis, in very solid fractions, and wound up second, beaten ahead for all of it. So Call Me Midnight might have a little bit more speed than we would anticipate. I don't think he'll be on the lead, but I also don't think he has to be coming out the back door either. And judging by his physical appearance, he is very sharp. He's a very lanky, racy-looking individual. Second start off the layoff. I think you're going to see a big improvement from last time.
Pick 5 pool is growing, quickly nearing $300,000. It's at $260,000 plus right now with 4 minutes to post. Get those plays in for the opener at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. Moving into line for the first. Cold as Hell going into the gate. Mac Daddy 2 comes forward. Comiskey Park. The Alligator Hunter, the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. They are off. Cold as Hell unseated the jockey coming out of the gate. Cold as Hell unseated the rider at the start. Up front, the early lead battle. The Alligator Hunter is there to the inside, and there's Vulcan from the outside. Vulcan moves up, takes the lead by a neck. The Alligator Hunter goes second, and then a gap of 3.5 more lengths. Comiskey Park starts to close in on the top two, but is third as they head on to the far turn. Johnny Unleashed is racing along in fourth position. And then Mac Daddy 2, who is placed toward the outside as they move around the far turn, has to be careful there, along with Call Me Midnight, who tries to move through some traffic, got the loose horse in and amongst that group, and that pack is a good 15 lengths from the front as they turn for home. Back up front, the Alligator Hunter and Vulcan, and Comiskey Park coming after them. Now let's see what Comiskey Park can do from here. Vulcan has a head in front, final furlong, and the Alligator Hunter's a stubborn foe, and Comiskey Park is still third. Now Vulcan in front again. Comiskey Park coming on again. Vulcan, Comiskey Park. Comiskey Park. Alex Bendezu up to win it by a neck. Vulcan was across the line in second.
Welcome to Keeneland, Alex, and Armando Hernandez. 3 days in a row that he has picked off wins with horses coming in from just outside of St. Louis, from Illinois at Fairmount Park, and winning. Tracked off the pace, finished strong. Comiskey Park, best in the opener. 7th lifetime win for the son of Carpe Diem.
Boy, what a great story, and what a good run for trainer Armando Hernandez. Comiskey Park, perfectly positioned just off the pace, and had every opportunity. Did the 3 Vulcan. Francisco Arrieta trying to get him to pay attention. He ran in spurts. Each time someone came to him, he took off again. But in the end, Comiskey Park proves the strongest of the team and gets the victory 6-3-7 under the wire.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's first. Number 6, Comiskey Park finished first. Number 3, Vulcan was second. Number 7, the Alligator Hunter was third. And number 2, Call Me Midnight, fourth. 6-3-7-2 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, the unofficial winner, number 6, Comiskey Park, owned by Antonio Donato, trained by Armando Hernandez, Alex Bendezu, the winning jockey. Comiskey Park, 6-year-old gelded son of Carpe Diem, out of Guiltless by Bernardini, bred in Kentucky by Woods Edge Farm, LLC, and the results are now official. 6-3-7-2, the official results. The time for the 6 furlongs over the fast good main track, I should say, 1:12.25. 1 minute, 12.25 seconds. And again, the results are official. Keeneland second is upcoming. Double pick 3, early pick 4 begins here in the second race. Both the main track and the turf currently listed good. Rail on the turf course, 20 feet today. Second race, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Third event, scratch the 9, Bad Boy for Life. Also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. That's in the third race, scratch the 9, Bad Boy for Life. Also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. Fourth race, scratch the 6, Lady Hideaway. Scratch the 7, Taken to the Cleaners. Scratch the 8, Via Reggio. And scratch 9, Butterbean. That's in the fourth race. Scratch number 6, Lady Hideaway. Scratch the 7, Taken to the Cleaners. Scratch 8, Via Reggio. And scratch 9, Butterbean. As a result of those scratches, no superfecta on the fourth race. Also a reminder, no Lasix for the 4 a day in Asia. Number 4 a day in Asia does not receive Lasix. Race 5, take out the also eligibles 13 through 15. They did not draw into the race. Main track listed good, turf listed good.
Got some very good news involving Jaime Torres, who was unseated at the start of that opening race. He was able to walk off, so able to walk away from that situation. Great news after a scary situation where the horse stumbled and he went down. So appreciate the update on Jaime Torres. Okay, after that unseating, leaving the starting gate in race number 1. Race number 2, 2-year-old maiden fillies. These are maiden $30,000 claiming level. This is a maiden $30,000 claiming level, and there are some scratches to the outside. The number 5 horse, Dancing Nancy, is 4-5 for Chad Brown, a filly by Golden Sense, dropping in for a maiden tag here today off of a couple of opportunities. One of the things that I thought about, we talk so often about these high-profile barns and Wesley Ward, Brad Cox debuting in maiden special weight company. It seems like the Chad Brown barn operation, he gives them every opportunity at a higher level. And then at some point, they need a drop. Not every time, obviously, but this filly has had opportunities at Saratoga. She didn't run bad in either of those maiden special weight races. She just was not quite good enough for that center stage at Saratoga in a maiden special weight. Now drops in for maiden 30, shows up here. I don't find it a suspicious drop at all here at odds of 4-5, and I think she's rightfully the favorite in this race because either of her 2 starts thus far will go a long way against this group.
So, and I picked her second in here, and I definitely think she's capable of winning, and she will not shock me. And I agree with you on all counts. The one caveat I would say, and keep in mind that she exits a race at Saratoga that was won by the horse that came back to win the Alcibiades. So it was a particularly tough heat in that maiden special weight at Saratoga, although nobody else in that race has done anything. But the winner is a very, very nice filly. It goes without saying. There's 2 things. This is a good angle for Chad Brown. He is from maiden special weight to maiden claiming 28% winners. And obviously, the horse didn't pan out quite the way they thought. They would like her to be able to win at the maiden special weight level. She couldn't. But that said, if they're 28%, then the rest of the time, those horses that are going from maiden special weight to maiden claiming are getting beat. So the question is, how much are you willing to wager and at what price? These odds are a little short for me because I think she's a little bit one-paced. And I think there are others who could kind of beat her to the punch. Speed may be an important ingredient in this race, depending on how it plays out. That's why I went to the 3, Ready for Trouble, as my top pick in here for Chris Hartman. I think she's a little bit more tactical. She exits a faster race, even though it was a lower-level maiden $20,000 claimer at Churchill Downs. She wound up a distant second that day, but she ran a respectable race, beat everybody else in there. I'm going to take a horse that has a little bit of speed over a horse that looks one-paced if the price is short. If the odds were to go up a little bit more on Dancing Nancy, then perhaps she'd be a play for me. But just looking at them horse for horse, I give the edge to the 3 Ready for Trouble because I think she can sit a little closer. But again, the 5 won't shock me at all.
The 7 Red Sundress, she'll drop in for a tag and start 2 of her career. She got some play in what turned out to be a pretty wide open race at Churchill Downs. The money was spread out pretty well throughout that the wagering of that 12-horse field in her debut race. A horse by the name of Crickle, who was making, it was either a 6th or 7th start of her career, sprung an upset, but really wasn't a surprise at the same time. So Ortiz and WSS Racing, Ortiz Training Stable, the co-owners of this filly, they paid $18,000 for her. She shows up for 30, drops down in class. She gets Santana back in the saddle. This will be an easier spot, and I think has to be respected off of the drop down in class as much as anything. And here's another barn that does well, and most barns do well, dropping horses in class in that start in which we're referring to in handicapping. So Red Sundress, to me, has to be considered live here in race number 2.
And I go to the outside with the 12 Carpe Ostento, a first-time starter who has a little bit of a European slash turf pedigree, but she's actually breezed pretty well here at Keeneland out of the starting gate on September 15th, a half-mile work that was pretty sharp. Kenny McPeak is effective when he debuts horses in maiden claiming races, 15% wins and overall 21% success rate in maiden claimers. the price is right. She's getting bet just a little bit at 7-1, but you still get good odds. Brian Hernandez, a good rider who rides regularly for Kenny McPeak, on board this horse who breaks to the outside, which I actually think could be an advantage for an inexperienced horse like this. If she doesn't get out that quickly, it still gives Brian some options as to what to do with her, whether to put her into the race or whether to take back and make one run late. But hard to know what to do with the first-time starters in here. I think there are some question marks about most of the other runners in here, and again, a little bit of a short price. Too short to my liking, although I did anticipate that the 5 Dancing Nancy would be favored. I think there's some upside for some others.
15 minutes to post, less than race number 2, start of the early pick 4.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race. Maiden claiming event. 2-year-old fillies, a claiming price of $30,000. 6 furlongs over the main track listed good. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Double and pick 3 wagering started the early pick 4. Both the main track and the turf currently listed good. The rail at 20 feet on the turf course today. Post time at 6 minutes.
There's a look at a first-time starter, Carpe Ostento. She is a filly that has a British pedigree through and through, and European pedigree, excuse me. She's by Advertise out of a Sayuni first dam, French breeding on the dam side, British breeding on the top side, and we know this is not an exact science. There's no question about it. So you would think turf would be something that she'd be looking for, but debuts here today on dirt in this spot for Kenny McPeak.
Well, here's the deal. She may have turf in her future, and it may be that they're thinking of that down the line. There aren't opportunities in claiming races for a horse like this to run on the turf. So if you feel like she's trained well enough on the main track, give her a try. You get the opportunity to run her, see where she's at, and who knows, maybe she jumps up and surprises you. Her work in the morning has been really solid and on par with what anybody else in this race is doing on the dirt, so you never know, and I think the outside post works to her advantage. And looking at her, she is the only first-time starter in the field, but she's handled herself as if she's been here before. She looks fit. She is a bigger filly, a bigger bodied filly, but she's not carrying any excess weight. She looks fit and tucked up, and as I mentioned, has been very professional.
Red Sundress, the 7-horse, John Ortiz, second-time starter. Filly looks good, especially in the close-up shot here. And he mentioned that this filly is owned in part by his father. So the willingness to drop in for 30 off of that debut effort, $18,000 purchase. As we've said time and time again, when you're there from part of day one, if you will, whether it be through breeding or through a sale, you know what's invested in and where you can spot them as far as from a financial perspective.
She looks really good on the track. That's why I wanted to talk about her. I liked her look, and in fact, I thought that the horses that we didn't point out on past performances kind of stood out over, were kind of shadowed as far as looks were concerned by horses that we didn't talk about. Red Sundress is has that nice approach. She looks sharp. I wouldn't be surprised to see her show more speed. She did stumble coming out of the gate in her debut. Give her the benefit of the doubt. She might be able to run a lot better than she did last time if she breaks.
The number 9 horse, Lindsay, may as well, moving over to dirt. She's by McCracken. He was a dirt horse. She's from a Scat Daddy First Dam. Perhaps that's part of the reason they opted to start her off on turf, but here she is at 10-1.
Later, we're going to see a half sister to McCracken in one of those maiden races. But Lindsay comes out of tough races, and she's another that didn't get out of the gate very well in her debut. She improved a little bit last time, but maybe the dirt does the trick for her. She looked well in the past.
And then the number 6 horse, Red-Headed Stranger. I thought her coat just looked pretty. She was pretty filly, and she's a big price. She's run a couple of times. They've not shown much at the end of those races especially, but she's well turned out here at a huge number of 53-1. Biggest price in the field as she's bouncing on her toes a bit here before the race.
Yeah, she could show some speed too. She went through some very fast fractions on the turf at Ellis Park and was up close to all of them. This is the easiest spot she's raced in, her third start lifetime. And I agree with you. I would say she's a pretty filly, and she has a nice energy level to her. So I think speed is the key here. If we can find who makes the lead, I think we are in good shape.
Pick 4 pool is growing. It begins here, the early pick 4, race 2 at Keeneland.
Looking ahead on today's Keeneland card, an overweight to report later today, race 8. 8th race today, overweight number 13, Fast and Feminine, the jockey 2 pounds over. That's the 8th race, 13, Fast and Feminine draws into the race, the jockey 2 pounds over. Right now, horses have reached the starting gate and are moving into line for race 2. Fasta La Vista Baby moves into line along with Lindsay. Dancing Nancy and Pleasingly move into the gate. Love You More and Red-Headed Stranger move into line. Carpe Ostento, the last one. Goes in. They're at the post. They're off. Here's Wind Chasin' from the inside. Pleasingly is there toward the outside. These two come forward. Love You More is away running in third position. And then Thirsty Accountant is away running in the fourth spot. Followed by Ready for Trouble in fifth. Dancing Nancy, sixth up on the outside. Fasta La Vista Baby is next toward the rail, travels in the seventh position, just over 5 lengths off the lead. Then a gap of 7 more lengths back to Red-Headed Stranger, who's in 8th. Lindsay is 9th. Wreck-It Ruby 10th. Carpe Ostento is 11th. Red Sundress last of the 12, opening quarter 22.82 seconds. Bunching for the lead. Pleasingly is there. Wind Chasin' toward the inside. Love You More, along with Ready for Trouble. Dancing Nancy is swinging out to the center of the track, but is still in the 5th position. Ready for Trouble moves forward, has a narrow lead from Pleasingly, and here comes Fasta La Vista Baby out of a crowd to third. Still 4 lengths off the leader, though, who's already in the final furlong. It is Ready for Trouble in front by 3, a 16th to go. Fasta La Vista Baby is second. Ready for Trouble and Francisco Arrieta to win it. Fasta La Vista Baby was across the line in second. Pleasingly was third. And Dancing Nancy was fourth.
Ready for Trouble. She came wide, and she had the jump on the favorite, who just didn't have anything left after chasing that hot early pace, opening quarter in 22-4. And this World of Trouble filly, Ready for Trouble, had plenty left in the take in start 3 of her career for trainer Chris Hartman.
Fasta La Vista Baby tried to make a race out of it, but she just had a little bit too much work to do through the stretch. With Ready for Trouble getting the jump, she gets the victory. It was a heads-up ride from Francisco Arrieta for Chris Hartman.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. Number 3, Ready for Trouble, finished first. Number 4, Fasta La Vista Baby, second. Number 10, Pleasingly, third. Number 5, Dancing Nancy, was fourth. 3, 4, 10, 5, unofficial. Results of Keeneland's second race official. 3, 4, 10, 5, the official results. In the winner's circle for race 2, the official winner, number 3, Ready for Trouble. The winner owned and bred in Kentucky by Peggy Thompson, the trainer Chris Hartman, the jockey Francisco Arrieta. Ready for Trouble, a 2-year-old filly by World of Trouble out of Brief Mark by Benchmark. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 13.45 seconds. We direct your attention to the winner's circle at this time. Eric Geary of the MAP Foundation Incorporated is honored to accept a donation of $5,000 from Keeneland, represented by Shannon Arvin, CEO and President, and from Lexus of Lexington, represented by Blake Carlson. This donation will benefit the Woodhill Community Center, which provides a safe and enriching environment for children, teens, and families involved in Lexington Leadership Foundation's Urban Impact Initiative to experience academic, arts, and athletic opportunities. Keeneland's third race upcoming, double and pick three wagering featured here. Main track is listed good, turf listed good. In the third race, scratch the 9, Bad Boy for Life. Also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. Again, scratch the 9, Bad Boy for Life, and scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. Fourth race, scratch the 6, Lady Hideaway. Scratch the 7, Taken to the Cleaners. Scratch number 8, Via Reggio, and scratch the 9, Butterbean. That's in the fourth race. Scratch the 6, Lady Hideaway. Also scratch the 7, Taken to the Cleaners. Scratch number 8, Via Reggio, and scratch the 9, Butterbean. No superfecta on that fourth event. No superfecta on race 4. And a reminder, the 4, A Day in Asia, does not receive Lasix. Number 4, A Day in Asia, does not receive Lasix. Race 5, take out the also eligibles 13 through 15. They did not draw into the race.
Pretty big field coming up here in race number 3. Being bet as a 2-horse race, though. It's between the 2 at 9-5 Kingmaker and the 7 Bourbon Fever for Norm Cassie and Quarter Pole Club 6, a dialed-in colt that shows up for 20 here today. Now, another runner for Norm Cassie today. His runner in the opener, a little unlucky with that horse getting loose and unseating the rider at the start of the race, and kind of hung in that situation in race number 1. So hopefully things will go more smoothly for Bourbon Fever in race number 3. This is a horse second off the claim for the barn, 23% in that situation. A horse that responded with the drop to 30 last time out, and I think that is the key aspect to liking this horse today. It looks as though they found the right level for the dialed-in colt to break his maiden at, and handicappers, horse players are responding. He's 5-2 as the second choice.
You know, I used him in third. His last race was a big improvement, and he also was coming off the layoff and might have needed the race. He also was on the outside or toward the outside of the field, a big field, and kind of broke awkwardly. I don't know that it cost him the win, but it certainly wasn't anything that helped matters with his trip. So if he gets out a little bit more cleanly and maybe with a more middle post position and a lot of horses on either side, he'll be able to kind of just stay a little straighter, get into the race with a little bit less trouble and work to get there. The horse I went to on top is the 2 Kingmaker at 2-1 currently. First time gelding for Ron Moquette, who making his first start since January. He's trained well at Ellis Park, put in a best of the morning work on October 8th to get ready for this race. And he did show speed in his only start at Keeneland back in the spring of 2022. He stopped to a walk that day, but it was against much better horses. This is a different league. He does have some good efforts in maiden special weight company to go back to. So I think you're going to find him close to the pace, maybe not on the lead, but definitely close to the pace. And that you get Flavian Pratt signals maybe some readiness or confidence on the part of the connections. Ron Moquette is not going to put a top rider like this on a horse that he doesn't feel confident or is training really well and going in the right direction.
The 12-horse Back to Reality, looking to give trainer Chris Hartman wins on back-to-back races today at Keeneland. I think getting to the outside is something that should not be overlooked for this runner. Maybe not this far outside, but he was down on the inside of horses in his first 2. He's at a very similar level to what he debuted at and made his second start from maiden 10 to maiden 16 now in this maiden 20. Should have some speed. I think just sometimes horses getting off the rail to the outside of horses, to the outside of competition can really help them. And I think that's a possibility here and a strong possibility with the 12-horse Back to Reality.
Yeah, he's got a nice progression about him for sure, getting better with each start. The one Charted was among my top 3. He exits maiden special weights. This is the first time he runs for a claiming price. And I do think with his early speed, that'll make a difference. He's also moving from turf back to the main track. And if you look at his earliest races on the main track at Mahoning Valley, against a little easier maiden special weights, he was able to carry his speed. I think he's going to be the one they have to catch with veteran journeyman rider John Court still riding strong.
Race number 3, maiden $20,000 claiming event. Kingmaker, the number 2 horse, coming off the 9-month layoff, is the current favorite. Very lukewarm. It's between the 2 and 7 for that favorites roll. 15 minutes to post, less than. Race 3, Keeneland.
At Keeneland, the main track is now listed fast. Main track is now listed fast. Turf is listed good. The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race, maiden claiming race for a price of $20,000. Maidens age 3 and up. 6 furlongs over the main track now listed fast. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Scratch number 9, Bad Boy for Life. Also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. Post time at 6 minutes.
There's a look at the 4 Spanish Doubloon getting a nice warm-up without the pony, Tyler Gaffleone, letting him stretch his legs, and he looks as good on the track now as he did in the paddock. Really beautiful son of Malibu Moon out of an Unbridled Song mare, and though he was beaten double digits after leading early in a 6.5 furlong, $50,000 claiming race, he has been competitive with better. Most of his best races were on the turf, but based on his looks and the soft spot he finds himself in, he might be worth a gander at 12-1. The same is true of the 10, who's 14-1 currently and trying the dirt for the first time. God of Wine looked very healthy and happy in the paddock. He's a son of Cantheros, so he is bred to be able to handle any surface, and was second in his most recent start, claimed out of the race for $30,000. He runs back for a little less than he was claimed for in his dirt debut. He is a first-time gelding, and this is his first start since January, so good things might be worth waiting for if God of Wine runs to his early looks. A couple horses that are very logical in here, well, at least as far as I thought, were concerned, also looking very well. The 2 Kingmaker, the current 5-2 second choice on the board behind the 7, has been professional and handsome, kind of strutting his stuff from the time he came into the paddock. Nice work at Ellis Park, might signal readiness off the layoff, and this is the lowest level he's competed at, and he does look the part. Expect him to either be favored or second choice when they break out of the gate. And finally, the 1 Charted, I'm still surprised is not getting a little bit more action. This was another very happy horse. He was on his toes, very bright, nice energy, turf to dirt, first time for a claiming price. And he has some good form against maiden special weights. Now, granted, it's not the same as maiden special weight at Keeneland, but it is the best that the circuit had to offer, and he was very competitive. He may get the jump on the competition, and John Court will try to get that speed to go all the way. I do like everything I'm seeing from the 1 Charted, and the 15-1 price seems pretty generous. 2 minutes to race number 3.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race. Moving into line, race 3. Mr. Commander goes in. God of Wine moves into the gate. Spanish Doubloon, now Shockwave. Salivo going in. Back to Reality, the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. Back to Reality comes out running for the lead. Shockwave is there. Bourbon Fever up close in the opening strides. Mr. Commander. Here's Mr. Commander up the inside. Bourbon Fever between horses. Back to Reality third. On the far outside, Kingmaker is in the fourth position. And then Spanish Doubloon, who's fifth toward the outside, headed to the far turn. Charted is sixth. Shockwave is a wide seventh. Salivo between horses, eighth. The Big Ma's in behind horses in the ninth position around the far turn. And then further back, God of Wine is going to drop out to the back as Colonel Barton moves up a couple of positions from last. 22.6 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Bourbon Fever right alongside of Mr. Commander. Back to Reality, then Shockwave, Kingmaker, and Salivo are down toward the inside. In behind horses as they turn for home. It is Bourbon Fever, and then Shockwave toward the outside. Spanish Doubloon still trying to get going. Everyone chasing Bourbon Fever. They are six across, contesting second. Back to Reality is in that scramble for the second position, along with Spanish Doubloon, but there's no catching Bourbon Fever. Ricardo Santana Jr., Bourbon Fever draws off to win it. It was Spanish Doubloon up second, and then Salivo came up the rail for third.
Seven, 4, 5 across the wire for the top three, and no catching Bourbon Fever, the number 7 horse. He spun for home with the advantage, a several length advantage, and it was really never cut into. An easy win in the end for trainer Norm Cassie and the Quarter Pole Club 6 here at Keeneland.
Much improved trip, a break from the gate, got position early, and then Ricardo Santana had an easy time of it cruising under the finish line. The 4 Spanish Doubloon made up some ground in the end to be second, and Salivo kind of running in stops and starts, rounding out the top 3 with that 20-to-1 shot. The 5, Salivo rather, getting in there to give some good prices there.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's third race: number 7, Bourbon Fever, finished first. Number 4, Spanish Doubloon, was second. Number 5, Salivo third. Number 12, Back to Reality, fourth. 7-4-5-12, unofficial. Results are official for Keeneland's third race. Into the winner's circle, official winner number 7, Bourbon Fever, owned by Quadrupole Club 6 LLC of William K. Cunningham, trained by Norm Cassie, jockey Ricardo Santana Jr. Bourbon Fever, 3-year-old son of Dialed In, out of Anniversary Kitty by Tribal Rule, bred in Kentucky by Highlander Racing Stable, LLC. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 12.33 seconds. Results official, 7-4-5-12. The official results. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3, made up of races 4, 8, and 10. The turf is listed good, the rail at 20 feet today. In the fourth race, scratch the 6, Lady Hideaway. Scratch the 7, taken to the cleaners. Also scratch the 8, Via Reggio, and scratch 9, Butterbean. That's in the fourth race. Scratch the 6, Lady Hideaway. Also scratch the 7, taken to the cleaners. The 8, Via Reggio, and the 9, Butterbean. No superfecta on this fourth event. And a reminder, no Lasix for the 4. A Day in Asia does not receive Lasix. Race 5, take out the also eligibles, 13, 14, and 15. They did not draw into the race. Sixth race has no changes. Seventh race, take out the also eligibles, 13 and 14. They did not draw into the event. Eighth race, scratch the 1, Lovely Princess. Scratch the 4, Ever Smart. Scratch the 5, Poca Mucha. Scratch the 11, Fancy Martini. And scratch the 14, Fragrant. That's the eighth race. Scratch 1, Lovely Princess. Scratch 4, Ever Smart. Scratch 5, Poca Mucha. Scratch 11, Fancy Martini. And scratch the 14, Fragrant. A reminder, number 13, Fast and Feminine, draws into the race. 13, Fast and Feminine, draws into the race. Jockey 2 pounds over. Featured ninth race, the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run. Scratch the 2, Simply Stated. Scratch the 3, Nom de Plume. That's the featured ninth, the Lexus Raven Run. Scratch the 2, Simply Stated, and scratch 3, Nom de Plume. 10th and final race has no changes.
Race number 4, a somewhat early start to the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3 today. Keep in mind, it's made up of races 4, 8, and 10, so some separation in these first 2 legs, but still a wager worth getting involved. Paid $300 yesterday, did the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3, $1,000 the day before on Thursday. So we're on the turf course today. As we have mentioned, the turf listed as good. And Ouvray, the number 3 horse, is my top play for Richard Perkins, homebred for Mr. Perkins in Illinois. Chris Block, the conditioner, Corrales, gets the chance to ride here today. This is a filly that just knows how to win races. She's won 13 times in 21 starts. She's won on dirt. She's won sprinting on turf. She won at Kentucky Downs going 6.5 furlongs. And her trainer, Chris Block, said he's been wanting to try her back at the mile for some time. This is only the second time she's gone this far, to see if they're going to have some options with her moving forward to the end of this year and obviously at the beginning of next year. And I think it's well within her scope, especially in this small field now with all the scratches. No superfecta wagering available in race number 4. Keep that in mind. But Ouvray at 3-1. She's won 13 times, and she's 3-1. That's a great price.
She is a cool-looking filly, too. She's by Shackelford out of a Kitten's Joy mare, so you really would think that a mile would be in her wheelhouse. And she's just been so good at these sprint distances that there's been no reason to try her. But it seems like now is a very good time, as she comes off a couple of wins, 3 straight wins, in fact, on dirt and turf, including Kentucky Downs. Her only other try here at Keeneland was in very, very tough company. She was beaten by Twilight Gleaming. She also, in stakes company, her only subpar effort was behind Caravel, who will be tuning up right now for the Breeders' Cup once again as the defending champ. So Ouvray has faced better competition and certainly fits with this group. And I think she doesn't have to be on the lead. She'll probably be naturally right up there. But if somebody else wants to go lightning fast, she's very tractable. Gerardo Corrales picking up the mount here for Chris Block makes her a very tough horse and very attractive at 3-1. Now, the interesting horse in here, if the pace should hook up, if somebody should challenge Ouvray and they go a little too fast early, is the 4, A Day in Asia, who does her best running from a little off the pace. She was beaten ahead at Aqueduct on firm going and has not tried anything but firm going since coming to the United States and Canada. But she has been running against some pretty good horses, and she seems like she's been getting better with every start. So she might get a favorable pace setup so far as Sweet Danny Girl, Ouvray being forwardly placed, and maybe even Braganza as well, in which case A Day in Asia, who does not race with Lasix in this spot, could get the trip.
Definitely could get the trip. The number 3 horse is who we'll move to next. There she is. She's 3-1 at Sweet Danny Girl for Carlo Vaccarezza. Just spoke to Carlo a moment ago. Was down in the paddock. Says the filly's doing well. She's a stakes-winning filly, 4-time winner from 12 starts as she makes her Keeneland turf debut. But she's got turf races in all of her last 6 races, including runs against Grade 3 company in the Modesty, the Midjulip at Churchill Downs, ran at Ellis and Horseshoe Indianapolis this summer, comes in fresh off of those recent races, and Saya's in the saddle, one you cannot ignore in this first leg of the Turf Pick 3.
She's probably naturally the fastest horse in this race. She does like to roll a little on the front end, and is coming off the layoff and has proven that she can run really well fresh. So a very consistent performer, coming out of stakes company and coming in off the layoff with Luis Saez, who is right there with Tyler Gaffleone for top jockey honors. I think Sweet Danny Girl is another one who's pretty interesting at 3-1 with the favoritism on the 4, A Day in Asia.
Race number 4, $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3 begins with this 4th race. Races 4, 8, and 10, the sequence for the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3, 16 minutes to post.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race, the Sierra Farm. An allowance for fillies and mares age 3 and up, 1 mile over the turf listed good. The rail at 20 feet today. Scratch the 6, Lady Hideaway. Scratch the 7, Taken to the Cleaners. Scratch the 8, Via Reggio. And scratch number 9, Butterbean. No superfecta. No superfecta on this fourth event. A reminder, the 4, A Day in Asia, does not receive Lasix. Number 4, A Day in Asia, does not receive Lasix. Double and Pick 3 wagering. Start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3 made up of races 4, 8, and 10. Post time 7 minutes.
There's Sweet Danny Girl in the J&J Stables Silks. Nick Vacareza, co-owner of this filly. J&J Stables and the Vacareza family bred this stakes-winning filly. And Carlo just saying there's a lot of speed in here. He'd like to see Luis Saez just kind of hang off of that pace, and we'll see if he's given that opportunity. I think it's a good chance that he will with this filly with Ouvre just to his inside.
Boy, she looks as good as a horse can look. I mean, she gets the paddock pick, and definitely has credentials to be a factor in here, though her last couple were subpar. She comes in off that rest. She's been away since August, and with the freshening is capable of a big run.
The number 5 horse, 5-1 on the board right now. She's the second longest shot in this small field. Braganza for Eddie Keneally. She's a half-sister to a couple of turf winners. She gets set to make her turf debut.
You know, she's by Dialed In, and you don't really think of him as a turf influence, but on the dam side, you have it, as you said, and she's another that looked spectacular. She also was very sharp, and I think she definitely could have something to say about the early pace coming out of sprint races. She was a winner against Easier at Colonial, going 7 furlongs, but she has flashed her speed before, and when she gets to the lead, she can be very brave. You get Hall of Famer, one of the best in the game, Johnny Velasquez aboard.
A Day in Asia, though, continues to be the favorite. The filly, the miling filly out of that mile race last time out. Can that work to her advantage? We shall find out. Less than 6 minutes to post. Race number 4, first leg of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Races 4, 8, and 10. $3 minimum for the Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race, the Sierra Farm, start of the Keeneland Turf, pick 3. Moving into line, race 4. Sweet Dandy Girl moves into line. Now A Day in Asia. Braganza, the last to load. Comes forward. Moves into line at the post. They're off. Do You Love Me broke alertly. Do You Love Me moves out, takes the early lead. Sweet Dandy Girl comes away in the second position. Ouvray is third down toward the inside. Braganza fourth up on the outside. A Day in Asia is last, but right there with the rest as they make that move into the first turn. And it is Do You Love Me who shows the way here early. Do You Love Me against the rail leads it by a length and a half. Sweet Dandy Girl is second by a length. And then Ouvray, who's third against the rail, saves some ground around the turn and moves up now to challenge for second. Braganza stacks up to her outside. A Day in Asia last, running 5 lengths from the front. That opening quarter on the board in 23.22 seconds. Midpoint of the backstretch. Do You Love Me is the leader. Do You Love Me shows the way and leads it by a length and a half. Sweet Dandy Girl second by a length to Braganza up on the outside. Ouvray is back toward the inside. Ouvray still 3 from the front, then a gap of 2 more back to A Day in Asia, whose last it was 47.21 seconds the time for that first half mile. On to the far turn, Sweet Dandy Girl tries to draw alongside of Do You Love Me. Braganza wide on the turn in third. Here's Ouvray, moves up the inside into the fourth. Now third position, a length and a half off the lead. A Day in Asia moves up 1 spot from last. Braganza now trails. They turn for home. Do You Love Me? Sweet Dandy Girl. Ouvray swings to the outside, and here comes Ouvray chasing after Sweet Dandy Girl and Do You Love Me. Ouvray from the outside pokes ahead in front as they move into the final furlong. Ouvray trying to shake free of Sweet Dandy Girl. Do You Love Me? And now Ouvray bolting wide to the outside perimeter of the stretch. Sweet Dandy Girl coming back. Ouvray is there, and Ouvray, with that awkward move and all, finishes first.
Well, I think options may have opened up even further for Chris Block. She might be able to go further than a mile than what after this performance here today. She starts to drift. Not sure if she sees something to the inside here. She sighs from the whip perhaps in the end, but finally corrects the course and still wins this unconventional approach, but it works for Ouvray as she wins for the 14th time in her career.
Well, there certainly were some anxious moments there. She was a little keyed up before she ever got in the gate, and this was a total departure from the way she usually runs, which is right on or very close to the lead. Gerardo Corrales opting to take a real hold of her in the early stages. It does pay off here, but I kind of wonder if that put her a little discombobulated through the stretch. Whatever the case, she's much the best here to get the win, and Sweet Danny Girl ends up favored at post time, holding on for the place over Do You Love Me at big odds.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race. Number 2, Ouvray finished first. Number 3, Sweet Danny Girl was second. Number 1, Do You Love Me, third. And number 4, A Day in Asia finished fourth. 2-3-1-4 unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's fourth race, the Sierra Farm, the unofficial winner, number 2, Ouvray, owned by Richard Perkins, who bred the winner in Illinois. Trained by Chris Block, Gerardo Corrales, the jockey. Ouvray, a 4-year-old filly by Shackelford out of Love This Kitten by Kitten's Joy. Gets the 1 mile over the turf, listed good, 1 minute 36.52 seconds. Results official for race 4, 2-3-1-4, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Sierra Farm Trophy presentation to the connections of Ouvray. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming. Main track is listed fast, the turf listed good, the rail at 20 feet on the turf course today. Race 5 is the start of the pick 6, no carryover, double and pick 3 wagering also featured in race 5. Take out the also eligibles 13, 14, and 15. They did not draw into the race. Sixth event, the listed Perryville Stakes, has no changes. Seventh race, take out the also eligibles, 13 and 14. They did not draw into the race. Eighth race, scratch the 1, Lovely Princess. Scratch the 4, Ever Smart. Scratch the 5, Polka Mucha. Scratch 11, Fancy Martini. And scratch 14, Fragrant. That's in the eighth race. Scratch number 1, Lovely Princess. Scratch the 4, Ever Smart. Scratch the 5, Polka Mucha. Scratch 11, Fancy Martini. And scratch the 14, Fragrant. A reminder, number 13, Fast and Feminine, draws into the race. The jockey 2 pounds over. 13, Fast and Feminine, will run. The jockey 2 pounds over. Featured ninth race. The grade 2 Lexus Raven Run. Scratch the 2, Simply Stated. And scratch number 3, Nom de Plume. Featured ninth race. Scratch the 2, Simply Stated. And scratch number 3, Nom de Plume. 10th and final race, a late scratch. In that 10th race, scratch number 8, Counterstrike. That's a late scratch to report in the 10th and final race at Keeneland. Scratch number 8, Counterstrike. Main track is fast, turf good.
Race number 5 on this 10-race card is in front of us, 17 minutes to post. Starts the pick 6 today, $1 minimum wager. These are 2-year-old fillies, maiden special weight event worth $100,000. And we're going to start the conversation with the number 8 horse. That is Denim and Pearls for Brad Cox in red, white, and blue racing. A well-bred filly. She's by Into Mischief. She's a full sister to the Grade 3 winner, Newgate, who was a Grade 3 winner on the West Coast. So a top pedigree here. Part of the Clocker report this morning on Today at Keeneland as well. And this filly should be live here today, and the tote board tells you that's the case. 6-5 right now on the board. No surprises that she's taking this kind of action coming into her debut with the works, with the pedigree and human connections that she is coming into this race via Brad Cox, one of the best in the game.
Yeah, she's got a very precocious pedigree, and she was a $500,000 yearling sale purchase, so you knew that she looked to be something special and had the pedigree to go with it. Her dam has thrown some early developers, but she's by Into Mischief, 17% with his 2-year-olds and 15% first-time starters. Denim and Pearls has been training here at Keeneland. You'd mentioned the Clocker report. She had a very nice move out of the gate on October 7th to go along with the best of the morning on October 15th. And I think the fact that she gets to race over the track that she's been training over is a big plus. She's a big filly. She has real presence. Half-sister to Newgate, who won first time out and was the winner of the Grade 3 Robert B. Lewis. So definitely some precocity and reason to believe she can run big. But it's 6.5 furlongs, and that can be a test for a first-time starter. So I went to the 2 best of all for my top choice. Going to be hard to top the looks of the 8 Denim and Pearls, but the 2 best of all also has, I should say the 9, that is, Sweet Gal of Mine, has the benefit of experience. She was second on debut at Churchill Downs and just about got the job done, beaten just a neck for all of it. Has the ability to sit a stalking trip, and I think just moved up, just got a little over-eager in that first race. If she's just a bit more settled this time under Flavian Pratt, she could be a real factor in here. She's actually just barely favored in all the multi-race wagers, the doubles and the pick 4s coming into this. So, she's going to take some more money. I think before it's all said and done, you might see that 3-1 come down. But all other things being equal, I'm going to go with a horse who has a race underneath them over the first-time starter, but both these fillies seem very well meant.
Don't overlook the 1 horse Bedazzle. Here is a filly that's very well related. We talked about the pedigree of the favorite. This is a half-sister to Just Cindy, who was a stakes winner in start 2 of her career. She started off her career 2 for 2. She's coming in with good workouts. A $750,000 Keeneland September sale graduate from last year. And Jeff Engler for Tommytown Thoroughbreds. This number doesn't match up on ability as far as the morning workouts are concerned, nor the pedigree. Watch out for Bedazzle. Again, a half-sister to Just Cindy, who was a stakes winner in start 2 of her career.
And while we're on the subject of pedigrees, take a look at the 6, Aunt Fanny, who's currently 9-1 for Ian Wilkes, who has had a sensational meet. Aunt Fanny is a half-sister to 4 Graces as well as McCracken. Both those horses were not only somewhat precocious, but also top-quality runners. Now, she's by Uncle Mo, so definitely could be an early bloomer, and she shows some atypically fast works coming from this particular barn. She's also getting played one of the favorites behind the logical horses in the multi-race wagers. So I expect that 10-1 odds might come down a little as we get closer to post time. This is a beautiful pedigree, and she does have a fit appearance here for her debut, though the Wilkes barn is the type of patient barn that doesn't necessarily win a lot first time out. When they have the right horse, as Ian himself will say, they are usually something special, and they will on occasion come up with those winning efforts first time out.
And the 2 horse, another one that the price at 9-1, I don't think represents how good of a chance that she has. This is a 3 Chimneys Farm homebred at Daughter of Candy Ride. Second foal from that first dam, who is stakes place. And Chad Brown, he's run not a lot of horses here, but he's won a lot of races. He's won 5 this meet, and you've got to respect, best of all, the Candy Ride filly debuting.
Yeah, this is a 3 Chimneys homebred Daughter of Candy Ride out of a dam. Best performance by Broken Vow, who won her debut. Definitely the pedigree is there, and a lot of works at both Belmont Park in New York as well as Keeneland. Chad wins 20% first time out and definitely adept with his 2-year-olds. And I like the look of her. She's kind of a racy-looking filly. Inside post might be a little bit daunting for a first-time starter, but she's got Tyler Gaffleone, who tops the jockey standings, to go along with leading trainer in a tie, Chad Brown.
Race number 5 on the card. It does start the pick 6, a talented group of 2-year-old fillies, many debuting here today with serious pedigrees and serious purchase power behind them at the Keeneland September sales. Race number 5, start of the pick 6, next at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 5th race, the Jackpot Farm, a maiden special weight 2-year-old fillies, 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the pick 6, no carryover. Main track is fast. The turf listed good today. Rail at 20 feet on the turf course. In this 5th race, take out the also eligibles 13, 14, and 15. They did not draw into the race. Post time at 6 minutes.
We go front side to look at Aunt Fanny, and these fillies feeling good down in the paddock. The crowd, I think, getting to the energy, the crowd, Caton, the wind's picked up, and the warm afternoon. So fillies feeling good as they were coming through the paddock. And Aunt Fanny, here's that half-sister to McCracken and Four Graces, those stakes winners.
But she just looks as fit as she can be. And I also thought she was pretty well-mannered considering the level of excitement, the wind, the weather that was going on. I really liked the way she kind of handled everything. She's warming up nicely. She's got a fluid stride, and at the same time, you can tell she's feeling really, really good. So price is right at 9-1.
There's the 3-horse 6-1 Irina's Charm for Phil D'Amato, a Justified filly who was close to 13-1 on debut at Churchill Downs. She ended up wide with an inside draw. Well, I think the question for her, and I would expect that she's got ability the way she ran on debut, is what kind of trip is she going to have? Will she be back like she was on debut, or can she get better position early on down on the inside?
Well, it was a pretty fast pace up front in that opening part of that race. The 6.5 furlongs works to her advantage, I believe. And I really think having a race under her belt helps the case, too. Hopefully she can sit just a little bit closer. And when all was said and done, she was only beaten a couple lengths with some legitimate obstacles when you talk about being far back and also racing a little bit wide. This will be her second start for Phil D'Amato, and his horses do run very well second time out, 19% winners. So the price at 6-1 is very attractive on a very well-bred filly.
And speaking of well-bred fillies, Denim and Pearls, the 8-horse, still the favorite at 2-1. She settled in the post bridge. She was feeling good down here in the paddock. And I asked Brad Cox about her as she was part of the Clocker Report this morning about the works here. He said she started working really well at Turfway Park. So this is not a one-off and sort of a sudden development for this filly. She's been working well for some time, and expectations should be high with this Intimistia filly.
Yeah, she was very, very eager and feeling good in the paddock, and a bit feistier than you would like to see. but I do appreciate the fact that she settled down in the post parade. You just wonder with a horse like that if she's fully focused, but you definitely know the ability is there. I would have liked to have seen her just a little bit calmer to begin with, but again, she has all the looks and the pedigree to go along with it. So it won't be a shocker here at 2-1, though. The price is getting closer between her and the 9 Sweet Gal of Mine, who look very sharp as well.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Jackpot Farm, start of the Pick 6. Moving into line, race 5. Summer in Tahoe goes into the gate. Irina's Charm moves into line. Max's Superfly goes in. Little Jamie comes forward along with Cleopatra Celine. Aunt Fanny moves into line. She's the Factor, the last one, approaches the gate. Goes in, they are at the post. They're off. Sweet Gal of Mine and Summer in Tahoe and Denim and Pearls. These three all have early speed. She's the Factor comes away in fourth. Marco Sunset is fifth. Irina's Charm is sixth down toward the inside. Cleopatra Celine, a lane off the rail between horses in seventh. Max's Superfly is eighth down toward the inside. Little Jamie travels in the ninth position as they head for the far turn. And then Aunt Fanny, who's back toward the inside and a long way back to Best of All, who trails. Now Bedazzle broke from the rail but switches lanes to the outside, moves up 3 spots from last after an opening quarter, 22.62 seconds. They move midway on the far turn. Summer and Tahoe from the outside. Denim and Pearls right there to the inside. Next separates the top two. Then a gap of 3. She's the Factor is in third. 2 more back of her. Cleopatra Celine is in fourth. Irina's Charm is in fifth. Bedazzle has to swing wide, still 10 lengths from the lead. And the leaders past the quarter pole. Denim and Pearls has the lead. Summer and Tahoe is right there, though. Cleopatra Celine is in third, moving into the final furlong. And then Irina's Charm back toward the rail. It is still Denim and Pearls in front, chased all the way by Cleopatra Celine. And then Sweet Gal of Mine, Irina's Charm back toward the inside. Coming to the wire, Denim and Pearls is still in front. Cleopatra Celine is right there. Sweet Gal of Mine as well. Down to the line. Head bobbing photo for the win and a driving finish in this afternoon's fifth event.
A very tight photo finish in the end here in race number 5 as Denim and Pearls, she was able to get a little separation from those that were battling with her early on. And they backed down, but then here comes the next wave of competition. The 5 tried to get involved, Cleopatra Celine, and then over the top comes the number 9 horse, Sweet Gal of Mine, with that race under her belt. Did experience payoff. Inside to the outside.
Oh, it's so close at the wire. The momentum was favoring the outside. Sweet Gal of Mine gaining with every stride, but it's a question of whose nose was down when they hit the wire. Very, very tight. And the 5 in between horses, a little bit green through the stretch, but gain nonetheless at a big price to wind up with the show.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fifth race. Number 8, Denim and Pearls, finished first. Number 9, Sweet Gal of Mine, was second. The 5, Cleopatra Celine, third. Number 3, Irina's Charm, fourth. 8-9-5-3, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 5th race, the official winner of the Jackpot Farm, number 8, Denim and Pearls, owned by Red, White, and Blue Racing LLC of Randy Galat, trained by Brad Cox, Florent Giroux, the jockey. Denim and Pearls, a 2-year-old filly by Into Mischief out of Majestic Presence by Majestic Warrior, bred in Kentucky by Town and Country Horse Farms LLC. 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 19.58 seconds. Results official for the 5th race, 8-9-5-3 official. Early pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. In the winner's circle, the Jackpot Farm Trophy presentation to the connections of Denim and Pearls. Keeneland's 6th race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering offered here. It's also the start of the late pick 5. Main track is listed fast. The turf listed good. The rail at 20 feet on the turf course today. Race 6, the Perryville Stakes. No changes to report for this 6th event. Looking ahead to race 7. In the 7th race, take out the also eligibles, 13 and 14. They did not draw into the race. 8th race, scratch number 1, Lovely Princess. Scratch the 4, Ever Smart. Scratch the 5, Polka Mucha. Scratch 11, Fancy Martini. And scratch the 14, Fragrant. That's in race 8. Scratch the 1, Lovely Princess. Scratch the 4, Ever Smart. Scratch 5, Polka Mucha. Also scratch the 11, Fancy Martini. And scratch the 14, Fragrant. A reminder, number 13 draws into the race. Number 13, Fast and Feminine, will run. Jockey is 2 pounds over. Featured 9th, the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run. Scratch number 2, Simply Stated. And scratch number 3, Nom de Plume. That's the featured 9th. Scratch number 2, Simply Stated. And scratch number 3, Nom de Plume. 10th and final race, scratch the 8, Counterstrike. 10th and final race, scratch number 8, Counterstrike.
Race number 6, the Perryville Stakes, 3-year-olds going 7 furlongs in this $250,000 stakes event. The current favorite is Dr. Venkman, coming in from Del Mar off of 2 very impressive wins. The son of Go Sapper, the Keeneland graduate, very, very impressive in those 2 performances, and most recently cleared off and won by 5.5 lengths, showing up here at Keeneland Racecourse, staying with straight 3-year-olds. I really like this horse coming in, and at 6-5, the majority is as well here today.
I think he has a shot to make the lead, given the lack of a clear-cut pace setter in this field. The California Speed could win out, but I went to the 4, Raise Kane, who earlier in his career showed a touch of speed, and he's been training really forwardly for this turn back in distance after a 4th place finish, but beaten just a length in the Oklahoma Derby. He has had a long campaign. He is one of 3 horses that tried the Triple Crown Trail and in fact competed in this year's Kentucky Derby, but he's been effective at these sprint distances, and he does like Keeneland, his home track. Couldn't look better than he looks in the paddock right now.
Verifying the number 1 horse, the 5-2 second choice. Here's a runner that had a vigorous spring and summer campaign, ran in the Rebel, the Toyota Bluegrass, ran in the Derby, Matt Wynn Indiana Derby. They shortened him up in the Allen Jerkins Grade 1 at Saratoga last time out. They keep him in the 1-turn distance here today, obviously, but finds himself in post position number 1, something that he has not seen in a 1-turn race. He's drawn the rail in the past. That was in the Rebel, where he was 4th behind Confidence Game. When Confidence Game was able to spring that upset, he's the 2 in here. But verifying, you can't discount his consistency and high-level performances this year at the age of 3.
The position is less than ideal, but the quality is there, that's for sure, as Verifying has danced a lot of dances and come up with some really close finishes. I am a little concerned about that inside post position, and also he's a horse that just kind of finds a way to get beat right at the wire despite running huge races. So you kind of wonder, is that just kind of the tendency, or is it something that he can outgrow and with maturity kind of put it together? I'm also interested to see where Flavien Prat puts him in the race, given the fact that there isn't an abundance of early speed. And yet I think that Verifying is best when he doesn't have to hustle in the early stages and can kind of take his time to get position and take on the leaders.
Let's go to the number 3 horse. That is Post Time, coming in from the Mid-Atlantic. Here's a runner that's unbeaten in 4 starts. Brittany Russell for Hillwood Stable taking their shot here today. It seems a pretty straightforward approach for him. Settle off the pace and try to finish him off. And this number 3 horse, unbeaten in 4 starts, a son of Frosted from a Fairbanks First Dam, a Maryland bred, running against Open Company in a very tough 3-year-old sprint stake at Keeneland.
Anytime a horse is able to be undefeated through 4 starts, and especially at a high level of competition, you have to respect him. He has been a high energy horse since he came into the paddock, and yet he's really maintained, considering he's shipping in for this and its new surroundings. A little bit studdish, kind of strutting his stuff, but at the same time, he is capable of a nice late rally, and he's been beautifully managed up to date. This is a test for him, but again, he's feeling very, very good and showing off a little bit in the paddock right now.
He'll also be going out ahead of the post braid. There is a pony down here waiting for him, so he will lead out this group coming out of the paddock. That is the 3-horse Post Time. 14 minutes until post time, where Dr. Venkman is the favorite, coming in from Southern California. Recent works at Santa Anita as he ships here to Lexington, Kentucky, also looking to remain perfect in start 3 of his career in the upcoming Perryville Stakes.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race, 15th running of the Perryville Stakes. 3-year-olds at 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 5. Main track is fast, the turf is good, rail at 20 feet on the turf course. No changes in this 6th event. Post time is 6 minutes. And now the post parade for the Perryville. Number 1, Verifying, owned by Westerberg Limited of Michael Kustner, owned by Mrs. John Magner, by Jonathan Poland, Derek Smith, and Michael Tabor, trained by Brad Cox, the jockey Flavian Pratt. 2, Confidence Game, owned by Don't Tell My Wife Stables of Kirk Godby, owned by Ocean Reef Racing of William F. Painter, trained by Keith DeSormo, the jockey James Graham. Number 3, Post Time, owned by Hillwood Stable LLC of Ellen Charles, the trainer Brittany Russell, the jockey Sheldon Russell. Number 4, Raise Cane, owned by Andrew Warren and Rania Warren, trained by Ben Colebrook, the jockey Luis Saez. Number 5, Dr. Venkman, owned by Dan Agnew, Clint Bunch, Mark Cohen, James Haley, the trainer Mark Glatt, the jockey John Velasquez. And 6, Loyal Company, owned by Godolphin LLC of Mohammed Al Maktoum and others, trained by Brendan Walsh, the jockey Tyler Gaffalione. The Perryville in less than 5 minutes.
There's the California Invader, Dr. Venkman, for Mark Glatt, and Mark Glatt telling me that to him, he's a visual guy when looking at the way that these horses run. He said that he put together some of the most visually impressive performances of any horse that he's ever trained. And keep in mind, Mark Glatt trained the Grade 1 winner, Dr. Shivel, who was a very good racehorse, and we've seen him ship about. He also made an interesting comment that he feels there's a good chance this horse could find himself on the lead. He and Johnny Velasquez agreed on that take with Dr. Venkman here in the Perryville Stakes. He said even if he doesn't make the lead, he'll be close. A lot of positives coming out of the conversation that I just had with Mark Glatt with Dr. Venkman for the Perryville.
I thought he could possibly make the lead, and it's interesting because I did chat with Ben Colebrook, who trains Race Cane, and he mentioned that there isn't a lot of early speed in this race, and yet just when you think that there isn't, as in the Kentucky Derby, the race shapes up with a very heated and hot pace. So it'll be interesting to see if Dr. Venkman is able to make the lead comfortably or if he has some pressure from others. And I think if he does, it could really sort things out nicely for the 2, Confidence Game, who I think will be closer to the pace than he has been. Confidence Game looked as good as a horse can possibly look, making his first start since the Kentucky Derby and doing what I think he does best, which is sprint. The son of Candy Ride did succeed in the Rebel Stakes despite being a real handful pre-race. Today, he was contained energy. Once he got out onto the racetrack, though, you could tell how he is eager to get on with it and can be a little bit tricky, but so far so good, and he's trained very well for this first start since May.
The number 6 horse, Loyal Company, carrying the Godolphin Blue, Brendan Walsh, a colt by Frosted, who is coming into this race off of a 3rd at Churchill in the Harrods Creek. That was a good stakes race, but certainly not the level of competition in which he faces today.
No, he has never faced this level of competition, that's for sure, but he has been improving slowly but surely, as is typical of so many Brendan Walsh runners, and I could easily see this good-looking son of Frosted run his best race to date. He definitely can handle the 7 furlongs. It's just a question, and he can handle Keeneland too, for that matter. It's a question of whether he can handle this level of competition at this point in time, but I thought he looks visibly improved from some of his previous races, and he's a good-looking horse to start with.
Less than 2 minutes to post, our first of 2 stakes races for 3-year-olds today, going 7 furlongs. It's the Perryville Stakes, and Dr. Venkman remains the favorite at 6-5. Start of the late pick 5, the pool quickly approaching $500,000.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, the 15th running of the Perryville Stakes, start of the late pick 5. Moving into line, race 6. Post time comes forward. Raise Kane going into the gate. Dr. Venkman. Loyal Company, the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. They're off in the Perryville Stakes. Confidence Game and Verifying broke alertly. Verifying will move up, take a narrow lead. Confidence Game is right there with Loyal Company to the far outside, and here comes Dr. Venkman. Dr. Venkman moving up to join that lead group as they head up the back stretch. Confidence Game between horses leads it ahead. Verifying to the inside. Dr. Venkman right there to the outside. Loyal Company is going to back away from that battle up front. Raise Kane will move by that one, takes 4th, only by a neck though as they head for the far turn. Loyal Company is now 5th on the outside, gap of 2 more lengths back to Post Time, who trails but is right there with the rest. 22.5 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Verifying, Confidence Game, Dr. Venkman from the rail out, separated by less than 1 length. That's the battle for the lead. Raise Kane hugs the rail around the far turn. In 4th, 2 lengths off the front trio. Loyal Company is next on his outside, and then Post Time 6th against the rail, 6 lengths from the front. They turn for home. It is Verifying with Dr. Venkman alongside. Raise Kane tries to join them out in the center of the track as they come off the far turn. Here's Raise Kane coming forward. Now Post Time is going to look for running room, but is still in behind horses. In 4th, Raise Kane is coming forward into the final furlong to challenge Dr. Venkman. Raise Kane, a narrow lead. Dr. Venkman fighting on to the inside, a 16th to go in the Perryville. Raise Kane, Dr. Venkman right there. Raise Kane, Dr. Venkman. Raise Kane wins it by a head over Dr. Venkman in the Perryville for jockey Luis Saez. 1 minute, 23.58 seconds.
Well, the pace was honest, as you'd expect in this sprint. Verifying went from the inside, and those tracking off the pace were able to capitalize, led by Dr. Venkman and Raise Kane, who's able to outlast this horse. Perhaps experience coming into play. These are two very good one-turn horses today in the Perryville Stakes, finishing 1-2, led by the Keeneland grad, Raise Kane.
Some redemption for the one-time Kentucky Derby competitor who may have found a new home sprinting. He was a little closer to the pace. Ben Colbrook telling me before the race he'd leave it in Luis Saez's hands, and that certainly paid off with a gutsy performance over a very game Dr. Venkman.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's sixth race. Number 4, Raise Kane was first. Number 5, Dr. Venkman second. Number 3, Post Time third. Number 6, Loyal Company fourth. 4, 5, 3, 6 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's sixth race, the 15th running of the Perryville Stakes, the unofficial winner, number 4, Raise Kane, owned by Andrew Warren and Rania Warren, trained by Ben Colbrook, the jockey Luis Saez. Raise Kane, a 3-year-old son of violence out of Lemon Bell by Lemon Drop Kid, bred in Kentucky by Rock Ridge Thoroughbreds, LLC. Keeneland September graduate gets the 7 furlongs over the fast main track in 1 minute 23.58 seconds, and the results are now official. 4, 5, 3, 6, the official results. Now the trophy presentation for the Perryville. Former Keeneland president and CEO Bill Thomason and his wife Barbara present to the connections of Raise Cane.
Raise Cane coming with an experienced run here today in the Perryville Stakes on the cutback and distance for trainer Ben Colbrick and Luis Saez. You're able to get down to the rail, follow verifying. Talk me through the trip that you had and then coming off the turn and swinging around horses, Luis.
Yeah, that was the trip we was looking for. We know they have some speed from the outside and obviously the February verifying. And the plan was follow him, safe ground in the first turn. And when we came to the top of the straight, we just swing out and he gave me a very, very quick turn of foot.
Well done.
Thank you so much.
Ben, to cut a horse back in distance and to take on this level of sprint competition with Dr. Venkman, how would you rate this performance for Raise Cane in the Perryville?
Well, I think it's probably what he wants to do. I mean, his only wins were around one turn. You know, he got us to the Derby, and he's been such an overachieving horse. He really deserved it.
What stands out about this performance to you as he was able to hang with Dr. Venkman, a sprinter in here?
I think Luis Saez made the difference, you know. He rode him great. I mean, all the riders have ridden him well, but, you know, Louis gives you that just extra little bit. That's probably what we needed today.
Well done, Ben.
Thank you very much.
Raise Cane, brilliant today, off the pace, cutting back in distance in the Perryville Stakes.
Keeneland's 7th race upcoming. Race 7 will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Main track is listed fast, the turf listed good. Double and pick 3 wagering is started the late pick 4 here. A reminder, in this 7th race, take out the also eligibles 13 and 14. They did not draw into the race. In the 8th race, scratch the 1 Lovely Princess, scratch the 4 Ever Smart, also scratch the 5 Poca Mucha, scratch the 11 Fancy Martini, and scratch 14 Fragrant. That's in the 8th race. Scratch number 1, Lovely Princess. Scratch the 4, Ever Smart. Scratch number 5, Poca Mucha. Also scratch the 11, Fancy Martini, and the 14, Fragrant. A reminder, number 13 will run. 13, Fast and Feminine, draws into the race, the jockey 2 pounds over. Featured 9th race, the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run. Scratch number 2, Simply Stated, and scratch number 3, Nom de Plume. That's in the featured 9th race. Scratch the 2, Simply Stated, and scratch number 3, Nom de Plume. 10th and final race, scratch number 8, Counter Strike. That's the 10th and final race, scratch number 8, Counter Strike.
Race 7, 16 minutes to post. This will begin the late pick 4 today at Keeneland Racecourse. Part of that sequence, the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run. The number 9 horse is my top selection at odds of 8-1. That's Furious Anger for Dale Romans, a Violence colt who has shown some ability in his lone dirt run. I'll give him a pass on that synthetic try at Turfway Park. We'll see if Sons of Violence can get back-to-back wins on the card, starting with Raise Cane in the Perryville Stakes. But stretching out to a route of ground, I don't think will be an issue for this colt here today. And he's a square price. He's 8-1 right now on the board.
Yeah, I expect that to come down based on the probable payoffs in the doubles and other multi-race wagers. He is one of the favorites. Furious Anger, though, does have a look of a horse who's going to take it to them from the start. He's a really good-looking colt. He tries that distance of ground. I respect him, but I just wonder if this is what he wants to do at this stage of the game. I went to the 5. That is Malibu Springs, 11-1 right now, out of a mare, Marquee Miss, who won the Arlington, Washington Lassie in her debut. So there is some precocity as well as quality and ability to go a distance. She stretched out to the mile at the Belmont at Aqueduct meet last month. Finished second. I thought it was a respectable second. It was easier company for sure since it was moved off the grass, but she did all the heavy lifting early and still was around for at least a part of it. She's breezed well over the track, and I think she will show speed once again here with Fabian Pratt picking up the mount for Kent Sweezy.
Ben Franklin, the number 6 horse, the current favorite at 5-2. Both of our second selections in here. He has run one time in his career. That was sprinting at Churchill Downs and was 4th that day, coming from off the pace, sitting about a 3 off the pace trip in that race. But going 2 turns today, the pedigree's there by City of Light, that Grade 1 winner, multiple Grade 1 winner. Expectations high as he gets set to stretch out for a route of ground.
He comes out of the same race Furious Anger was in. Furious Anger finished 3rd, a neck in front of Ben Franklin. But Ben Franklin has the ability, I think, to sit that nice stalking trip and definitely has a pedigree to stretch out. He was among the favorites in the multi-race wagers as well, which makes some sense given his 5-2 odds right now. The 2 Single Dot Yacht is actually the favorite in the doubles and all the multi-race wagers, and currently 7-2, which would seem to be a pretty generous price. Good post position for the son of Good Magic, and he comes off 2 very nice 1-mile races run at very differently configured racetracks. Second start back, he stretches out to his farthest distance yet, and I think he could like it.
And don't sleep on Mount Craig. Here's an experienced colt. He's taking these younger horses that are at the early stages of their career for the most part when you look at the 3-year-olds, and he's got battle-tested experience on his side. He's a son of Arrogate for Ron McQuett, one of the horses in this race that will be offered at the upcoming Keeneland November Horses of Racing Age sale, and he's hip number 4037 in that sale for Blue Water, the Blue Water consignment. Experience, as we saw with Raise Cane. I know this is a different scenario, but I'm convinced the race experience for Raise Cane in the Perryville really helped him get over the top over Dr. Venkman. Mount Craig is an experienced runner making his 11th career start.
Definitely rounds out my top 3, and I think that experience counts for a lot. I also think he's a true route horse, whereas some of the others in this field are a little bit of a question mark, and he doesn't have to be too far off the pace, although some of that might be dampened just a little bit by going the mile and 3/16 last time out, but he ran very well at Saratoga.
It is the start of the late pick 4 here at Keeneland. 3 and up, going a mile and a 16th. First wire finish, short stretch in play for this dirt event. Main track is fast. Race 7 coming up in less than 12 minutes time.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, the Whisper Hill. Maiden special weight, 3-year-olds and up, a mile and a 16th. Over the fast main track, race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Double and pick 3 wagering is start of the late pick 4. Main track is fast, the turf is good, the rail at 20 feet on the turf course today. A reminder, in the 7th race, take out the also eligibles 13 and 14. They did not draw into the race. Post time is 6 minutes.
Warming up on the front side, the number 2 horse, Single Dot Yacht, is a horse that needs things to go his way, is what Tommy Drury mentioned to me. Needs some pace to run at. As you mentioned, Kate, and he's very live in the will pays, the pick 3s and doubles. So we'll see if things can go his way and he can get a setup out in front of him. That's the 2 Single Dot Yacht.
He is a really good looking colt, and judging by his warm up here away from the pony, a good feeling colt as well. Like that he draws toward the inside here. Hopefully he can get out of the gate smoothly and not encounter a lot of trouble, because that has been the case in some of his previous runs. And with his style to come from a little off of it, he needs to get lucky. But the extra distance, I think, works to his advantage, and I do like everything I'm seeing from him.
Let's take a look at the number 3 horse that is Dissolved, another one that will be entered in the is entered and will be offered at the upcoming Keeneland Horses of Racing Age sale date at the Keeneland November sale. He is hip number 4221, consigned by Elite Sales, and 9-1 on the board right now. Dissolved, as he'll go a true 2 turns for the first time in his career.
Yeah, connections, Ricardo Santana Jr. and Norm Cassie, the dynamic duo, are looking for their second wins together on the meet. And Dissolved, I think, has propensity to stretch out to the mile and a 16th. He's by Quality Road out of a Candy Ride mare. There was great improvement from his first start to his second, and if he continues in the same manner, it's going to be hard to get past him. He looks great on the track.
And let's take a look at the 9 horse Furious Anger, who continues to be a great price. He's 8-1 right now from that 7-2 morning line, with the 1 run on his belt, under his belt on the dirt course last time out, as he'll go 2 turns at Son of Violence and Keeneland sales graduate from the 2021 September sale.
I think the key is going to be how much he'll relax on the front, because he has very good early speed out of the gate, and stretching out from those 3/4 mile races, as well as judging by his body language, he looks extra sharp. So the key is going to be for Martin Chuan to get him kind of settled into a nice, comfortable cruising speed wherever he is, whether it's on the lead or close to the pace. Some of the others inside of him are likely to show some speed as well, but he is another really handsome-looking horse.
Pick 4 pull is swelling nearly $300,000, less than 2 minutes to post. First wire finish at a mile and a 16th here for race 7 at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, the Whisper Hill, start of the late pick 4. Moving into line, race 7. My Sanctuary moves into line. Malibu Springs comes forward. Alexander Helios into the gate. Ben Franklin. Create Trouble, the last one. Goes in. First wire at the post. And they're off. There goes Alexander Helios from the outside. Dissolved is there from the inside, and Malibu Springs kicks in from between that pair. As they head into the first turn, Malibu Springs clearing the inside traffic, angling over to the rail as they move on to the first turn. As Alexander Helios goes second just off the leader's flank, Dissolved is in the 3rd position. Create Trouble 3 wide moves up to challenge for 4th. Perfect Upstart is there right between horses in the 5th position, heading on to the back stretch. And then Single Dot Yacht, who's toward the inside in 6th. My Sanctuary is in 7th. Royal Court moves wide onto the back stretch in 8th. Gamekeeper is 9th. Mount Craig is in the 10th position. Furious Anger is 11th. And Ben Franklin last to the 12 opening quarter, 23.78 seconds up the back stretch. And the lead battle continues between Malibu Springs to the inside, Alexander Helios to the outside, separated by a neck. And then Create Trouble far outside is in 3rd by a neck. Dissolved is 4th toward the inside. Perfect Upstart is in 5th. Single Dot Yacht comes next, 48.62 seconds the time for that first half mile. And then My Sanctuary, who's 7th on the outside as they move on to the final turn. Malibu Springs, Alexander Helios, they continue their battle for the lead. Still separated by a head, now matching strides coming to the quarter pole. Then a gap of 5 lengths. Dissolved is 3rd. Create Trouble is 4th. A gap of 3 more. Back to Single Dot Yacht, who is still 10 from the front as they move to the top of the short stretch. Alexander Helios from the outside has the lead away from Malibu Springs in the 2nd position. Single Dot Yacht then Dissolved. Alexander Helios with Single Dot Yacht running on late along with Dissolved. Single Dot Yacht and Dissolved trying to chase down Alexander Helios. Single Dot Yacht, Alexander Helios. Single Dot Yacht gets up in the final stride for Brian Hernandez Jr.
Well, Tommy Drury saying that things had to swing his way, and boy, did they ever. He was down on the inside. He was full of run. He had that target out in front of him, the 11 horse, which started to come back to him, and he ended up very live in the end in the win pools. 7-2, his off odds. Single Dot Yacht scoring for the first time in his career right at the shadow of the wire.
Boy, you've got a feel for the 11, Alexander Helios, who was close to that pace every step of the way and runs an almost perfect race. Just gets a little bit late in the final strides, where a Single Dot Yacht is going strong with a perfectly timed move from Brian Hernandez Jr. And boy, the son of good magic, who looked so good in the post parade, looks even better under the finish wire.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. At Keeneland in the 7th race, in the photo for the win, number 2, Single Dot Yacht finished first. Number 11, Alexander Helios, was second. Number 3, Dissolved, was third. Number 8, Mount Craig, was fourth. 2:11.38 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th race, the Whisper Hill, the unofficial winner, number 2, Single Dot Yacht, owned by Lansden Robbins III and John Boyd, trained by Tom Drury Jr., Brian Hernandez Jr., the jockey, and the results are now official. Single Dot Yacht, a 3-year-old son of good magic out of Rote by Tisnell, bred in Kentucky by Fifth Avenue Bloodstock. Keeneland's September sales graduate gets a mile and a 16th over the fast main track in 1 minute 46.33 seconds. Results are official for race 7, 2:11.38, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Whisper Hill Trophy presentation to the connections of Single Dot Yacht. Keeneland's 8th race upcoming. Turf listed good, the rail at 20 feet today. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. In the 8th race, scratch number 1, Lovely Princess. Scratch the 4, Eversmart. Scratch the 5, Polka Mucha. Scratch 11, Fancy Martini. And scratch 14, Fragrant. Again, in the 8th race, scratch number 1, Lovely Princess. Scratch the 4, Eversmart. Scratch number 5, Polka Mucha. Also scratch the 11, Fancy Martini. And scratch number 14, Fragrant. A reminder, number 13 will run. 13, Fast and Feminine, draws into the race. The jockey 2 pounds over. Featured 9th race. The 25th running of the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run. Scratch number 2, Simply Stated. And scratch number 3, Nom de Plume. That's the featured 9th race, the Lexus Raven Run. Scratch number 2, Simply Stated, and scratch number 3, Nom de Plume. 10th and final race, scratch number 8, Counter Strike. That's the 10th and final race, scratch number 8, Counter Strike.
Race number 8, our next turf race here on the afternoon. Race number 8 is a third level allowance condition, and these types of races always bring together a stakes quality field, and that is the case here in the 8th race. Hotsy, no surprise that she's getting the action that she is in the win pools. 5-2, the number 9 filly for trainer Chad Brown, an Empire Maker filly who in her first few starts went from breaking her maiden to finishing third in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly Turf at Del Mar. Now, that was back in 2021. She's 4 this year, but she has swum in the deep end of the pool since that test in the Breeders' Cup. She's run against Stakes and Graded Stakes Company every step of the way. She gets Lasix for the first time here today. She's proven over this course and this type of ground. Her maiden win was over good ground at Keeneland. I think deserved of the favorite and definitely the one to beat in here with Gaff Leone as he reunites with this filly for the first time since that run in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly Turf at Del Mar in 2021.
Yeah, things are kind of reminiscent of the day that she broke her maiden at Keeneland, going the mile and a 16th on a good turf course in the fall of 2021. That was an easy and pronounced victory, so it seems she likes this course, likes some given the ground, and likes the distance. I don't think she cared for Kentucky Downs quite as much. She didn't seem comfortable to me and still ran admirably, beaten just a length and a half. I have her second with the 7, Sinfiltre, my top choice in here for Todd Pletcher. A win here will put Todd right back in a tie atop the standings in a very heated battle. Sinfiltre was third in the ladies marathon. She's another that I don't think was at her absolute best at that distance on the course and benefits from the move back to the mile and a 16th. She can sit a nice stalking trip. She likes a little give in the ground. She gets Flavian Pratt, who was aboard for her victory at Ellis Park, and she likes Keeneland, having won here on good turf at the mile and a half distance in the first level allowance company in the spring. Pace is going to be interesting in this race with the scratches now. If she weren't coming out of that longer race, I'd say Sinfiltre could be on the lead, but I think it's kind of a blessing in disguise that she might sit that stalking trip. And she is, as you would expect, the favorite in the doubles as well as the multi-race wagers.
And then let's go to the number 6 horse, Saysai for Mr. Farish. This is a filly by Glen Eagles for Cherie DeVoe, who comes off of a win at Kentucky Downs, going the mile over firm ground. She's got a European-Irish pedigree as she'll try this softer turf course. It's a good listed turf course, to be fair, but she's had experience over this kind of ground over in Ireland. She actually ran against Group 3 Company and competed against Via Reggio, who's a filly that was supposed to run today but did not end up running. So for what that's worth, just one of the things that popped off the page for me, I think has to be respected. And at 10-1, that is a very good number on this filly. And she'll be offered at the upcoming Keeneland November sale, part of the Lane's End consignment. She is hip number 115.
Very powerful looking filly whose bloodlines trace to Galileo and Danehill Dancer. She did early on run well on softer ground. Most recently in the United States, she's had nothing but firm turf courses to run over. Her last was her best. She seems to be improving with every start here for Cherie DeVoe, and she gets Johnny Velasquez today. She will have to continue improving, though, as this is a tougher bunch of horses, and she'll have to build on that last one, but she won pretty easily on that 1 mile Kentucky Downs course, so it kind of sets her up nicely, provided it wasn't the course itself that helped get her over the top. I think she is poised to run a big race.
This race does start the late pick 3, and it's leg 2 of the Keeneland Turf pick 3, which began back in race number 4. So for those of you alive, a pivotal race, no pun intended, when it comes to that $3 Keeneland Turf pick 3. 13 minutes to post. Third level allowance condition at a mile and a 16th on the good listed turf course today for race 8 at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race, the Middlebrook Farm, an allowance for fillies and mares age 3 and up. A mile and a 16th over the turf listed good, the rail at 20 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Scratch number 1, Lovely Princess. Scratch the 4, Ever Smart. Scratch the 5, Polka Mucha. Scratch 11, Fancy Martini. And scratch the 14, Fragrant. A reminder, number 13, Fast and Feminine, draws into the race. The jockey 2 pounds over. Post time at 7 minutes.
We move front side to take a look at these horses warming up for this high-level allowance race. Not so close in the Mary Lou Whitney Silks. Mary Lou Whitney homebred for that stable, a filly by Empire Maker. Really Mary Lou Whitney family through and through from that first dam Bird's Legacy. She should show speed if she stays true to her form.
And, maybe Haughty can keep her honest, but otherwise she could get a little jump on the competition. If she can get a little breather at some point, she could be very tough. And again, Norm Cassie and Ricardo Santana Jr. Have been a very strong combination. I like the look of her win at Saratoga, and she's had a little bit of time to recover since then. Likes some give in the ground, and I think that does give her an advantage. Looks super on the racetrack.
Let's go to the 6-horse Seisai. She looked phenomenal in the paddock, on her toes, good energy. There she is in the sunlight and in the green and gold of Mr. Farish, a filly that, again, will be offered at the Keeneland November sale, hip 115 through the Lanes End consignment. I spoke to Cherie DeVoe, the trainer of this filly, and Johnny Velasquez rides her for the first time, said the instructions were just to make sure she has good position, not the lead, don't want the lead, but have her forward in this race here today. So she might not be too far off of the horse that we just showed you, or Hati, or could be right there near Hati, which is always good to be within range of the horses to beat in a particular race.
Exactly, but I do think she benefits from having a target like Haughty, or perhaps not so close. Out on the track, she looks like a dressage horse. She really is a pretty horse physically, but also in terms of how she moves. I just think she is poised to run maybe her best race since coming to the United States. And if her pedigree carries over, she will handle the give on the ground.
9-5 on Sinfiltre. She is the favorite and has been throughout, with Hotzi playing that second choice role. 4 minutes to post. Race number 8, second leg of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3 and start of the late Pick 3 on this 10-race Saturday card at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, the Middlebrook Farm. Moving into line, race 8. Sinfiltre goes into the gate. Strong Odor moves into line. Fast and Feminine, the last to load. Goes in. They're at the post. They're off. There's Not So Close. Not So Close comes out for the early lead. Immediately goes to the front of the opening strides as they head under the line for the first time. Haughty going to move up just off the leader's flank here early on. Say Sai slides over to the inside in the 3rd position. Sister Luann drops back a spot. That allows Strong Odor to move by into the 4th position into the first turn. Sinfiltre is against the rail. Saving ground, center of the pack in 6th. Then a gap of 3 lengths back to Fast and Feminine. 7th just to the outside of Bally Bell in 8th. And Walkathon is last of the 9. The opening quarter, 22.96 seconds. On to the backstretch they go. Not So Close is the leader. Haughty is 2nd, separated by less than 1 length. Say Sai is 3rd toward the inside by a neck. Strong Odor is 4th on her outside. Then a gap of 2 lengths. Sinfiltre 5th ahead. Sister Luann now taking that 5th position by a neck as they head for the far turn. Bally Bell, Fast and Feminine, and finally Walkathon last. Opening half mile went 46.99 seconds. Not So Close, still the leader. Onto the far turn, a half length. Haughty is there, 2nd, a length and a half. Say Sai is still toward the rail in 3rd, a half length. Strong Odor is 4th up on the outside. Now here's Sinfiltre. She's 5th. She picks up the chase, moves up into 4th. Now challenges for 3rd. There's a quarter mile to go. She's still 3 lengths off the lead. Say Sai and Haughty to the outside of Not So Close. Say Sai coming forward. Sinfiltre has to swing off the rail from 4th. Walkathon is in 5th, center of the course. Say Sai, Sinfiltre go 1-2. Sinfiltre to the outside now takes the narrow lead from Say Sai in 2nd. It is Sinfiltre in front. Sinfiltre, Flavian Pratt beginning to draw clear. Sinfiltre wins it. And then it was Say Sai 2nd, Walkathon 3rd, and Not So Close was 4th.
Sinfiltre using those big strides to her advantage here today, and Flavian, he waited patiently down on the inside, waited for those horses to cross over in front of him and to swing out, and then once he kicked it in, she's going to able to go right past the number 6 horse, Say Sai, who ran a good race in 2nd in her 2nd start here in Kentucky, but could not hold off the 7 nor keep up with Sinfiltre, who's now 2 for 2 at Keeneland on this grass course.
The pace was pretty solid up front in the early stages of the race, and it set up nicely, but it was a matter of getting the room that was necessary. You could tell that Flavian Pratt had a lot of horse underneath him, and once he could get in the clear, she just set sail and took off.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race. Number 7, Sinfiltre, finished first. Number 6, Say Sai, was second. Number 10, Walkathon, third. Number 3, Not So Close, was fourth. 7, 6, 10, 3, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 8th race, the Middlebrook Farm, the unofficial winner, number 7, Sinfiltre. The winner owned and bred in Kentucky by Wertheimer and Frere of Alon and Gerard Wertheimer. The trainer is Todd Pletcher and the jockey Flavian Pratt. Sinfiltre, 4-year-old daughter of Uncle Mo out of Shared Heart by Forestry. Mile and a 16th over the turf, listed good, 1 minute 42.74 seconds. Results of Keeneland's 8th race official. 7, 6, 10, 3, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Middlebrook Farm Trophy presentation to the connections of Sinfiltre. Keeneland's 9th and featured race upcoming, 25th running of the Lexus Raven Run, Grade 2. Main track is listed fast, scratch number 2, Simply Stated, and scratch number 3, Nom de Plume. Again, scratch number 2, Simply Stated, and scratch number 3, Nom de Plume. This will start the last of the day's rolling doubles. Looking ahead to the 10th and final event, scratch number 8, Counter Strike. 10th and final race, scratch number 8, Counter Strike.
Race number 9 is our featured event, the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run Stakes, 7 furlongs for 3-year-old fillies. And Alva Star, no surprise, the favorite right now. She's even money on the board. That speedy filly by Lord Nelson for trainer Brett Brinkman, who's had her here for her last few works at Keeneland after spending time back at Delaware and Saratoga in the summer and fall months. I am going to go with Lady Rattler, the number 8 horse on top. A filly who's 8-1 on the board right now, settled, finished off a field in the Grade 3 Dogwood Stakes, and was really geared down late in that race if you watch it back. She was 23-1. That was not a surprising effort from this Cantheros filly. I think she's got another run like this in her, and we'll see if she can settle off the pace or if she does go quickly with the favorite. She's a filly that's got some speed as well. So at odds of 8-1, I'll take my shot with a filly who's proven at the 7 furlong distance, and she has a lot of experience coming into this race. This is her 11th start, 6th run as a 3-year-old filly.
You know, she ran at Keeneland last fall, about a year ago, in the Myrtlewood Stakes. Finished second, well beaten, but beaten by a really nice horse at the time, Key of Life. So I think she likes Keeneland. I think she's capable. I'm a little concerned about her post position-wise with some real speed to her inside. If she can settle just a little bit for Jesus Castanon, much as she did in her most recent start in the Dogwood, which she won pretty impressively, then I think she is a factor. I've got her second, but I went to the 4, Vava, for Cherie DeVoe, filly who also has come to Keeneland before, 6.5 furlongs in the spring of this year, and she finished second after battling for the lead to Positano Sunset. Now, she has some natural early speed, but with maturity, she's been a bit more settled, and I think her game is to sit, stalk, and then pounce. And I think this race sets up beautifully for her. She exits a Grade 3 victory in the Charlestown Oaks at the 7 furlong distance, but keep in mind, that was a 2-turn race with the track configured so differently. Still, this has been a good distance for her at the more traditional 1-turn type of situation. It's the same distance she broke her maiden at Churchill Downs really impressively in her 3rd start. I think she is sitting on maybe her best effort to date, and with the 7 furlongs and Johnny Velasquez on board, may get the ideal setup.
Alva Star, the number 7 horse, what a well-bred filly she is. She's by Lord Nelson. She's a stakes winner, graded stakes winner at Saratoga. She hails from a family of stakes winners. Her first dam won a stake. She's a half-sister to 3 other stakes winners. That family that's on the dam side is into mischief with the first dam sitting at the bar. Just wonder how fast she's going to go. And can she be reined in a bit to save a little bit late in this race? Because she's gone so quick in those races going 6 furlongs. It's a much different dynamic going 7 furlongs here today, as the connections well know with Tyler Gaffleona, who's going to be riding for the first time.
And she's got just to her inside Dazzling Blue for Brad Cox, who Dazzling Blue has a lot of early speed as well, and I think is at her best when she's on the front end. So it's going to be a bit of a cat and mouse game between Dazzling Blue, Alva Star, and perhaps Lady Rattler as to who moves first and how fast those pace setters are allowed to go. If Alva Star manages to clear, she could be extremely tough. She's been training very, very well, but otherwise I think she's going to be under pressure. But it's hard to ever knock a horse who's riding that 2-race win streak, including a Grade 2 victory in the Prioress. She's very, very talented and very reliable. And Brent Brickman has done an excellent job, not only with her, but in the past bringing horses to Keeneland for some prestigious races. So Alva Star, really interesting. This has all the makings of a classic confrontation and another great renewal.
100% has earned her spot in this race, and the chance today, obviously, Alva Star. The Ancient Piece, the 9 for Board Short Stables, and Brian Lynch. She's a cutback and distance horse. They paid $650,000 for this filly at the Keeneland January sale this year, at the beginning of the year. And she's a filly that's gone long in all of her races. She's gone long on turf, long on dirt. She's shown speed in them, and cutback in distance. It's always a move that can work. I mean, look at Ray's Kane on the cutback in distance that worked for him in the Perryville Stakes. This is a very deep race, but I think you've got to respect her maybe being able to rally and show something late and get up for a piece of it at the very least here today.
She's been knocking on the door against very good horses in graded stakes company, and maybe the key, as it was with Ray's Kane earlier in the Perrywood, coming back, turning back in distance from those routes to the 7 furlongs.
It is going to be a quickly run race. It brings so many different dynamics, closers, speed, 7 furlongs, a lot to consider. and we urge you to get involved. It's the featured event. It's the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run at Keeneland. Up next.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 9th and featured race, 25th running of the Lexus Raven Run, Grade 2. 3-year-old fillies at 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Scratch the 2, Simply Stated, and scratch number 3, Nom de Plume. Post time, 7 minutes. Let's meet the starters for the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run. Number 1, Lily Pooh, owned by Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners of Aaron Wellman, trained by Michael McCarthy. Gerardo Corrales is up. 2 and 3, both are scratched. Number 4, Vava, owned by Belladonna Racing LLC of Portia Brooks, owned by Edward Hudson Jr., also owned by the West Point Thoroughbreds LLC of Terry Finley, by the Nice Guys Stables LLC of Steve Spielman, and the Twin Brook Stables of Bruce Fenimore and others. The trainer, Cherie DeVoe. The jockey, John Velasquez. Number 5, Apple Picker, owned by Michael Dubb. Trainer, Brittany Russell. Jockey, Sheldon Russell. 6, Dazzling Blue, owned by Judd Mott of Fahad bin Khalid, trained by Brad Cox. The jockey, Florent Giroux. 7, Alva Star, owned by Dale Ladner, trained by Brett Brinkman. The jockey, Tyler Gaffalione. Number 8, Lady Radler, owned by Melon Patch Incorporated of George Mellon. The trainer, Michael Campbell. The jockey, Jesus Castanon. And number 9, Ancient Peace, owned by Board Short Stables LLC of Travis Boersma, trained by Brian Lynch. The jockey, Ricardo Santana Jr. The Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run in just 5 minutes.
We've come front side to observe these fillies for the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run, and we'll start with Vava for Cherie DeVoe. Grade 3 winner last time out, and as we've mentioned, and we'll remind you again, that was going 7 furlongs around that tight circumference of Charlestown, which means it's a 2-turn race. So she'll back up to 1 turn, and she's run well in the past going the 1 turn, including a victory at Churchill and a good second here at Keeneland back in the spring of this year.
I have been a big fan of this fillies since she broke her maiden. Going 7 furlongs at Churchill Downs, that race I thought was just a glimpse of what she might be capable of down the line, and she has matured a lot physically. She's just a beautiful filly. Her race at Charlestown was professional. It was thorough. She was easily the best. I think she was flattered by the wet fast track, and it's hard to tell what effect the 2 turns will have on her coming back to 1 turn today, but she gets an ideal setup and just looks tremendous. To me, she stands out in terms of looks, and I love that Johnny Velasquez is back on board, a filly who is really in her comfort zone at 7 furlongs.
Alva Star, the 7, still the favorite at even money. She was fresh down in the paddock. Brett Brinkman mentioned that to me, and they kept her back away from these horses and allowed her to stay in near the stalls during that lead up, and they learned how she was acting from that experience at Saratoga. She did the same thing. Those are positive signs to have a filly act that way in a race in which she ran so big, and doing so the same again today. And one of the things that Brett Brinkman mentioned to me is that everybody thinks she's a need the lead type. He's not convinced that that's the case. So we'll see if maybe she tries to sit back a little bit and can relax in this race as she stretches out to 7 furlongs.
Well, the clockers like how she's been working here at Keeneland, and I think it's key that she's had a couple works over this track to settle in, get comfortable, and she really looked beautiful warming up. She went head-to-head with others in the Prioress and came out on the winning end of that, just drawing off and thriving on the competition and giving every indication that she could go a little bit farther. She has to battle once again with Dazzling Blue, who did not try to challenge her in the prior race. I suspect you'll see a little different strategy this time around, but Alva Star definitely to be respected off those 2 consecutive wins.
Such a key race in the 3-year-old filly division each and every fall at Keeneland. It's the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run, and we're less than 3 minutes to post before our featured event.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th and featured race, 25th running of the Lexus Raven Run Stakes, Grade 2. Moving into line, 9th race. Dazzling Blue comes forward. Alva Star moves into line. Now Lady Radler. Ancient Peace, last one. Goes in, they're at the post. They're off in the Lexus Raven Run Stakes. And there goes Alva Star. Smooth into stride, comes right out for the early lead. Alva Star with Ancient Peace there on the outside. Lady Radler comes away between that pair in third. Vava is fourth toward the inside. Then Dazzling Blue fifth up on the outside. Lily Poo is sixth. Apple Picker last of the seven for the move up the backstretch. Alva Star leads. Alva Star against the rail leads it by a half length. Ancient Peace right there to the outside in second. Lady Radler third between horses. Vava moves up the inside from 4th. Dazzling Blue wide from 5th onto the far turn, 4 lengths from the front. Lily Poo is next toward the inside. Then a break of 3.5 more lengths back to Apple Picker last, 22.61 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Alva Star the leader. It is Ancient Peace who's still second on the outside, a length and a half off the lead now. And then Vava inside of Lady Radler. Dazzling Blue has to go wide to the top of the stretch. She's 5th. Lily Poo is in 6th. And Apple Picker last. They turn for home. Alva Star the leader. Vava comes to the outside, and then Dazzling Blue out in the center of the track is in 3rd. Here comes Vava trying to chase down Alva Star, and the battle is on, moving by the 8th pole. Alva Star maintains the lead by a length. Vava's there in 2nd. Alva Star, Vava still trying, still there on the outside. Final furlong of the Lexus Raven Run. Vava right alongside of Alva Star. It is Vava, John Velasquez, to win the Lexus Raven Run by a half length over Alva Star.
Vava, the Keeneland graduate from the September sale of 2021, showing a brilliant late run to run down Alva Star, who's running through the bridle after setting the pace in this 7-furlong run, and slowly wears her down and picks up a key grade 2 at Keeneland.
This was the battle we all hoped for, and losing nothing in defeat. Alva Star hanging tough after leading all the way, but Vava just too strong at the finish. And another perfectly timed ride from Johnny Velasquez for Cherie DeVoe.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's featured 9th race. Number 4, Vava, finished first. Number 7, Alva Star, was second. Number 6, Dazzling Blue, third. Number 5, Apple Picker, fourth. 4-7-6-5, unofficial. Results of Keeneland's featured ninth race official. 4765, the official results. The official winner of Keeneland's featured ninth race, 25th running of the Lexus Raven Run Stakes Grade 2, number 4, Vava, owned by Belladonna Racing LLC of Portia Brooks, owned also by Edward Hudson Jr., by the West Point Thoroughbreds LLC of Terry Finlay, by Nice Guys Stables LLC of Steve Spielman, by Twin Brook Stables of Bruce Finnemore, and others, trained by Cherie DeVoe, John Velasquez, the winning jockey. Vava, 3-year-old filly by Gunrunner, out of Holiday Soiree by Harlan's Holiday, the winner bred in Kentucky by Woodford Thoroughbreds LLC. Keeneland September graduate Vava gets the 7 furlongs over the fast main track in 1 minute 23.28 seconds. Now the trophy presentation for the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run. Jason Keller, General Manager for the Lexus Central Area, and John Stoles, Assistant General Manager for the Lexus Central Area, present to the connections of Vava.
Vava getting the job done in the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run. First stakes win for Cherie DeVoe here at Keeneland Racecourse. And Johnny Velasquez from the Bull Ring at Charlestown to Keeneland with this filly. How different was the approach with this Keeneland grad here today off of that run at Charlestown and win last time out?
Well, it's pretty much the same approach. You come and run and try to get a really good position. Obviously, we know that the speed horse was going to be really tough to beat. Cherie's done a great job with the horse, giving me the opportunity to stay with her. Everything worked out good. You know, I got close to the hill, to the horse in front. I held my position, and when I pull it out, she responded, and that's all you ask for the horses. When you ask for something, they're there for me, and she did it all.
Congratulations, Johnny.
Thank you, guys.
And Cherie, when you think of now coming here and winning your first Keeneland stakes race and in this style with this filly, what are some of the things that come to mind in this journey to get to this point?
You know, I don't know if there's words to really describe that. Our team has really worked hard with all of our horses, especially this filly. And it's just so rewarding. And Johnny and I have had great success this year with stakes races. And I told him there's one thing we haven't done yet, and that's come into the infield for a trophy presentation. So I was elated that he got that done.
It's pretty out here, isn't it?
It's beautiful.
The way that she did this to run down the speed, how would you describe the guts and determination that she showed in the Lexus Raven Run?
You know, she's been a gritty filly throughout her career, but really had to run that filly down. She's so talented and just has the record behind her. Just really proud of her as well.
Congratulations to you and your team and to many more out here on the Keeneland Turf Course for you, Cherie.
From your lips to God's ears.
Vava, so game today in the featured Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run.
Keeneland's 10th and final race upcoming. The turf listed good today. The rail at 20 feet. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. A reminder, scratch number 8, Counter Strike. Scratch the 8, Counter Strike.
10th and final on this Saturday at Keeneland. A closeout to the Clark, closes out multi-race exotics, pick 6, pick 4, pick 5, as well as the Keeneland Turf pick 3. Second level allowance condition, and Axthelm is the number 5 horse in here, a horse for Safi Joseph Jr. As Safi looks for a win this meet, cuts back in distance, and this good turf course, I think, plays into his hand, tracking off the pace and finishing strong today at 2-1.
You know, he is the one horse that I've always respected, always liked, and believe he probably could win. He's probably good enough. But I took a stand against him here. I actually think that he's at his best when he gets a really firm turf course, like he encountered in South Florida. He's also been a horse who had a lot of ability, but just always comes up a little short, just kind of finds a way to get himself beat unless everything goes perfectly. Named for the late great sports writer and a sports commentator, Pete Axthelm, the Axe, would be proud of a horse like this, but too many tough beats for me to go with any confidence at 2-1. I went to the 10. I thought Gregory's Pride was an interesting long shot coming in for Phil D'Amato. Some races at Ellis Park that I just don't think he was quite at his best, though he did finish a good third, going 5.5 furlongs. His races in Southern California he has to go back to, but he will be running late, and I believe he's a better horse than he's shown of late.
I totally agree, and 7-2 seems more of a fair price than what the morning line suggested. Fauci, the 11 horse, he's got this outside draw again. Now, in his last few, he's taken those outside draws, found himself on the rail, and then worked out trips from there. And we'll find out what Gaffleon decides to do here today. But, you know, he's a good horse. I just wonder how much this outside post is going to work against him yet again.
Yeah, I used him as well in my top 3, and I am concerned about the post position. I like that he gets Lasix for the first time, and it's his third start off a layoff coming by way of Saratoga, where he had 2 very tough beats. I'm wondering if he can sit just a little bit closer to the pace with the addition of Lasix. Earlier in his career, he showed just a little bit more turn of foot out of the gate than he has in his most recent starts, where he's been dropping way out of it, giving himself an awful lot to do. If he does that here, he is going to be up against it to get a trip. But if he can be a little bit more tactical, he has some ability.
And then B.D. Valesky, the number 7 horse, will end the conversation paddock side with this. Mark Valesky Gelding comes off of a win at Churchill Downs as he moves up the ranks in the allowance ranks here tonight in the nightcap at Keeneland.
You know, he came through as the favorite last time out, and it might turn out to be kind of a breakthrough performance for him. He had, up till then, been a little bit of a hard luck horse and a little inconsistent, but he has run some good races, good enough to win in here. He's another that at times has left himself an awful lot to do, but he's had some fast paces as well to contend with, where horses kind of ran away from him. Here, I think he can stay in contact and maybe have the same kind of trip that he did at Churchill Downs when he won against Easier in that first level allowance. He ran very well at Keeneland in his one try here in the spring, and I think he might appreciate some given the ground as well.
10th and final on this Saturday, good listed ground for the turf sprinters, and this race will get underway now in less than 11 minutes. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Cove Springs, an allowance for 3-year-olds and up. 5.5 furlongs over the turf, listed good, the rail at 20 feet. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Scratch number 8, Counter Strike. Number 8, Counter Strike, is scratched. Post time in 5 minutes.
There's Will to Run warming up for trainer Tom Amos, Donnemeyer Farm, a Donnemeyer Farm homebred. He's been gelded since his last race a couple of months ago. First time gelding. Edgar Morales in the saddle for Tom Amos, a regular duo that we're familiar with around the country, especially in the Midwest. But it's 7-1. A horse, maybe the gelding operation procedure will be something that we can look back upon that's sparked something or woke him up.
Well, sometimes it does cause a horse who doesn't have focus to be more focused. And he's also had some time off to not only recover, but also to regroup and grow up a little bit. I looked to his race at Keeneland on a good turf course in the spring, where he spotted the field quite a bit and wound up second, beating a neck in a very tough 2 other than allowance race. I think he's capable. I think there's some talent there. It's just a question of whether he can put it all together, especially off the layoff. Draws a little bit of a tricky inside post position to work out a trip, but I thought he looked good on the track. He looks racy and fit. And when Tom Amos gets new horses in his barn, he's usually spot on. 7-1 seems like a fair price.
The number 4 horse, 8-1, Zatip from the First Dam Zaftig. And it's always interesting to look at the family lines from the Wertheimers. They'll go with a particular letter, and if I'm not mistaken, this is from the same line as Zoftig, etc. So that the Z's in play here. Zattip, the son of Tappet, he's another one that's been gelded since his last race, but his last race was a long time ago, all the way back in September of 2022.
Yeah, it's almost like you're starting all over again, but Graham Motion really effective with these long-term layoffs and bringing horses back, and this is an easier spot than he was running in. He's also only had a couple opportunities on the turf, so I give him a little look in here. I give him the benefit of the doubt as well. He's attracted Johnny Velasquez, looking for 2 straight to sweep the late double. And again, the class drop could make a difference combined with the time away.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Cove Springs. Moving into line, race 10. Zumbi comes forward. Gregory's Pride. And now as the tip moves into line. Axthelm goes into the gate. Fauci, the last one. Moves in, they're at the post. They're off. There goes Sam Buru. Sam Buru right out for the early lead. And here comes Axthelm from in between horses. Zumbi down to the inside of the moment is up close in fourth in the opening strides. Will to Run is fifth. As they head for the turns, the tip moves up from the sixth position. Legal Attack moves up 2 spots from seventh into fifth. The lane off the rail as they head onto the far turn, just 2.5 lengths off the lead. And then further back, it is B.D. Valesky, who is 8th. Gregory's Pride is in 9th position. And Fauci broke well, but now settles out to the back of the pack and trails around the far turn. Up front, though, it is Zumbi who shows the way. Opening quarter, 22.07 seconds, and Zumbi leads off the turn. Will to Run has been sneaking up the rail, changes lanes to the outside, and then Axthelm on the far outside. So Will to Run and Axthelm are coming after Zumbi into the final furlong. B.D. Valesky is running late. Of the moment's way out on the grandstand side. Zumbi is still the one to catch. Axthelm is second. Will to Run is third. It is Zumbi, Axthelm, Will to Run. It is Zumbi in front. It is Zumbi for Luan Machado. It is Zumbi for a 44-1 upset to close this Saturday card.
He got comfortable on the front end. He flashed speed, the biggest price on the board. Zumbi kept on going on the front end, the son of Cross Traffic for Shagbark Bark Farms and Ryan Walsh. Showing speed. They came to him a bit, but he was able to extend enough and hold off the late charge and, in the end, win easily.
Turf debut, and he ran pretty quick in the early stages, but just keeps on going. Obviously, likes the green, does Zumbi, going zoom, zoom in the one. Will to Run. Kind of game, finishing second, making up a lot of ground at the end was the 7 B.D. Valesky. The 5 did manage to save the show spot at 9-5, but you knew there was going to be at least one big surprise today, and this was it.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 10th and final race. Number 3, Zumbi, finished first. Number 1, Will to Run, was second. Number 5, Axthelm, third. Number 7, B.D. Valesky, was fourth. And number 10, Gregory's Pride, fifth. 3-1-5-7-10. Unofficial. Moving into the winner circle for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Cove Springs, the unofficial winner, number 3, Zumbi, owned by Shagbark Farms, LLC, of Ann Walsh, trained by Ryan Walsh, the jockey, Luan Machado. Zumbi, a 4-year-old gelded son of Cross Traffic out of Sweet Nicosi by A.P. Warrior, bred in Kentucky by Ryan Walsh. 5.5 furlongs over the turf, listed good, 1 minute 3.1 seconds, and the results are official for race 10. 3-1-5-7-10, the official results. Pick 6 pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. The late pick 5 on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. There will be a carryover for the Toyota Super High 5 for tomorrow's card, $11,805. Now the trophy presentation for the Cove Springs. Zumbi. His connections. Accept the trophy for race 10. The second floor grandstand, including the sports bar and the mezzanine bar, remain open for another 30 minutes. You may advance wager any races occurring after that time. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.